Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And we have the time at 5:32. Tonight's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel in the event that any of you would like to revisit what transpired tonight. Cards are also available on the table to my right and also outside. For anyone who wishes to address the board, if you wish to address the board, complete a card and hand it to staff member on the table to my right. And please be sure to complete the card indicating whether which matter in which you wish to address on the agenda. If the matter is not on the agenda, we assume that you wish to make a comment during the public section. At this moment, I'd like to start off by calling Lisa Bird. Are you here, Lisa? Oh, she's coming at 6? We can have you stand in her place. We could do it twice. You know, let's do this. Why don't you start, and then when she actually gets here, we'll read the wonderful information about her. How about that? Okay.
Please
Thank
stand.
you.
Salute and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Moving right along, I'd like to ask our superintendent, Mr. Hoffman, to step forward and present the certificate of election to and administer the oath of office to our new board members. Sure, why not? Why don't you come on down? Beth Albiani, Dr. Cristo Martinez-Alir, and Bobby Singh Allen.
So the camera angle's best right here. We're all about camera angles. So it'll be all three of you together. Okay, so are we ready? Right hands. And I'm just going to go line by line so we make sure we don't miss one. Deal? Okay. So I,
Bobby Singh Allen,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the
the Constitution of the United States
Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations. Yep, here are your official. So here, here's your, that one's official. Want to do it up there or over here?
Either one, maybe if there's other people.
Welcome, board members, and congratulations. Next item, let's move right into election of officers for this next upcoming year. On a yearly basis, the school board does vote for a president, a clerk, and a board representative. And so at this time, I'm going to entertain a call for nominations for the office of the president. And let me just start by with this thought. I think the Elk Grove Unified School District certainly is at a pivotal moment with a new superintendent and a couple of new board members and one coming soon, whoever that may be. That being the case, I put a lot of thought into this, and let me open this up by nominating somebody who has the experience, who have actually been in education for a long period of time. Certainly in the last couple of years, I have sought his advice on many educational issues, and at this point, I'd like to nominate Carmine Fucina for president. I have a second. Discussion?
No discussions? Can we make other nominations now, or you want to take roll call on the first one?
We can certainly do roll call on the first one, and if the motion doesn't pass, we can entertain a second nomination.
Okay.
Arlene?
No?
Yes?
No.
No.
No. No.
Yes.
Okay, the motion fails. Open for the next nomination.
I'll move that we nominate Bobby Singh Allen as president. I want to verify Ms. Singh Allen has demonstrated poise, confidence, a lot of teamwork. She has worked I think she will work with our new superintendent, our staff people very well. Also, I think that she will help tutor the new board members. In my time with her on this board, she has been a collaborator, good with the parents, the teachers, all other Elk Grove team members. I think she's been able to really work very closely with. Ms. Singh Allen is involved with the CSBA, which I think is very critical for us to have that exposure. She knows government, local officials she's been involved with as well. And again, that we need that exposure for our district, being the largest school district in Northern California. I think she will represent the Elk Grove Unified Schools District extremely well.
I'd like to second that nomination in support of Bobby Singh Allen. She's been involved in the community, and I know her involvement with the CSBA group as well.
Okay, we have a second. Want a roll call, Arlene? Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. We have our new president. Madam President, Bobby Singh Allen, congratulations. But before I turn this over to our new board president, I want to finish my job, and let's open up nominations for a clerk for the Board of Education. Nominations, anyone?
I would like to put in Mr. Forcina's name for consideration. I've had the honor of working with him for the last 2.5 years, and I've come to know him as somebody who is very dedicated to the community and our district. And I think I'm probably one of the few people here that has actually gotten to know him very well and understand the dedication and hard work that he puts in. And he has a lot of passion and commitment to the community. And I think this would be a tremendous opportunity for us as a district and as colleagues to work together and move our district forward. So I would like to put in Mr. Forcina's name for consideration.
I'll second that. Okay, any discussions? Roll call, Arlene? Aye.
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 Okay, we have a new clerk. Congratulations, Carmine Forcina. Third in line is I would open it up for nominations for a board representative to the County Office of Education. Nominations?
I would like to nominate Ms. Beth Albiani. She's a dedicated servant in the community and a longtime educator and has excellent connections and ties as well to the community. So I haven't talked to you about it before, but I would love to see you involved in some of our various committees.
And I would second that. Actually, before she got elected, she actually went to the meeting, so I was quite impressed with that. So I'll second that. Discussions? Roll call, Arlene? Aye.
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 Okay, we have a new board representative. Congratulations, Ms. Albiani. So my last job before I step aside for our new president is to present the gavel. Do we have the? Yep. Is it? Heidi?
We have a break now, right? Yeah.
Ah, here it is. Madam President, it is my honor to present to you the gavel in which you will be. Oh, did I skip something? Well, I was certainly anxious to move that along.
He wants to get to city council.
That's right. We have to, as a Board of Education, we have to set up a date, time, and place of meeting for this upcoming year. Do we have a list of dates and times already? Do we have a recommendation?
Yeah, we have a recommendation that we do the Tuesdays, 1st and 3rd of each month with a 6 o'clock start for open session, and then 5 o'clock for closed session when necessary.
Okay, that is the recommendation on the floor. Any thoughts, discussions? No?
No, we'll move
Is there a
that.
second?
yeah.
Okay, we have a second, and shall I call the vote, call the question? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? It's done. So now the last part. All right. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Madam President, it is my honor to present this gavel for you to rule over this board for the next year. Do you have the notes?
Gonna discuss.
You are the president, ma'am. Whatever you wish.
So we're going to take a break between now and 6 o'clock.
reluctantly claim her too.
Madam President, Madam President, Madam President.
Good evening, everyone. All right, welcome. At this point, we're going to continue on with our regular meeting. And we do have our guest here with us this evening, Ms. Lisa Bird. We have already done our pledge, but we would love to have the wonderful background on Ms. Lisa Bird, who is with Elk Grove Elementary School, who is joining us here. So we're not going to do the pledge, but we definitely want to honor you this evening.
And I get the privilege of talking about you. So we have here Lisa Bird. Mr. and Mrs. Wade and Lisa Bird have lived in the Elk Grove community for the last 15 years. They have 4 children. Cornelia Bird, a Florida High graduate. Jalen Richardson, a Franklin High graduate, who is a sophomore at Clark Atlanta. Sydney Bird, a Florida High School graduate and sophomore at California State University, Sacramento. And Wade Bird, a Elk Grove Elementary 6th grade student, who is the 2014-2015 Student Council President. Wade and Lisa are active community partners and sponsors of several nonprofit organizations such as Goodwill Services, the Red Cross, Susan Jean Coleman Foundation, Women's Empowerment, and AT&T Community Network and Oasis. In addition, Lisa is the parent representative of the Student Council, sits as an active member of the PBIS team for Elk Grove Elementary, and is vice president of the Elk Grove Elementary Student Teacher Parent Advisory Group, developed to aid students close the achievement gap. Wade is a watchdog dad who volunteers his time as a representative of a positive male presence and influence on the Elk Grove Elementary School campus. The Board of Education is pleased to recognize Wade and Lisa Bird for their many contributions to Elk Grove Elementary School and to the Elk Grove Unified School District. Don't go yet. I've got something for you.
Okay.
All right, congratulations to the Bird family. And for those of you that just joined us later this evening, I would like to remind you that there are blue cards out in the hallway. If you would like to submit a comment during public comment, they are out in the hallway. Thank you. Next, we are calling up Ms. Donna Cherry to introduce the Bobcat Carolers from Myola Beitzel Elementary School.
Let me be the first one to say good evening, President Singh Allen, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Hine. It is my true pleasure this evening to bring a little bit of holiday joy. If you have not already found yourself in the spirit, I'm sure you will after this evening's performance. I'd like to first begin by introducing Vicki Moore. She is the director of the choir, and the assistant director, Scottia Burrell. And this is the Bobcat Carolers. This group has been singing for the last 3 years. And interestingly, with this group, you don't have to audition. All you have to do is want to sing, sing, and sing again. The Bobcat Carolers actually have performed for the Sacramento Kings. They have sung the national anthem for the River Cats. They will perform for the 6th grade promoting class. And this evening, without further ado, I would like to introduce you to the Bobcat Carolers for some holiday cheer.
Ho, ho, ho.
Christmas
Thank you so much to the Bobcat Carolers from Beitzel Elementary School. Thank you so much, Ms. Moore, Ms. Burrell, and also to the principal of Mayola Beitzel Elementary School, Mrs. Wright. Congratulations. Thank you, all of our students and our families, and I hope this made you even more in the holiday spirit. Thank you.
Thank you so much for spreading holiday cheer. That was fantastic. Thank you. How about another round of applause as they exit? Thank you. All right, I would like to call up Ms. Tina Penna for the high school student representative report. I don't have to call her? Okay, well. There she is.
Thank you to President Singh Allen. We're very pleased tonight to have reporting for you the student representatives from Elk Grove High School and from Pleasant Grove High School. We will begin with Elk Grove High School.
Good evening, President Singh Allen, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Hine. My name is McKenna Engelbrecht,
And I'm Alyssa Rodriguez.
and we are looking forward to presenting to you tonight. This semester, we are very excited to host our first freshman tailgate. Link leaders and freshmen gathered for hot dogs, face painting, and a few fun games to spend time together and get pumped to watch our Frosh football team battle it out on the field. Link leaders were also able to present to our freshman classes some activities that illustrate the value of shaping and managing time. We have such a good time with our freshmen.
The Thundering Herd was also able to take part in the KCRA Kids Can Food Drive this fall. Miss Lee's first period class had a whopping 27 items per student donated. We'd like to thank Chick-fil-A and Surfside Kids Dental for supporting the food drive by providing the winning class with both a delicious breakfast and a $5 gift card for a warm drink. Thanks to all of the local businesses that support our school.
In November, Elk Grove High School welcomed Phil Boy and Breaking Down the Walls, a program designed to unify, empower, and engage every student to create a positive and supportive campus climate. Many students' eyes were opened and lives were truly changed through the workshops and various activities throughout the day. A memorable activity called Cross the Line allowed us to break down our walls, show who we really are, and share our stories all without a word spoken. Everyone came out of the day feeling connected, and it was a great experience.
Our friend-to-friend club here, known as Club F2F, has been building relationships, and our friendships are growing stronger as we meet twice a month. We've selected officers, done a scavenger hunt together, designed our own shirts, and have a craft fun day planned for us tomorrow. This semester, we were proud to host our academic awards ceremony to celebrate students' academic achievements. We had 381 returning students earn at least a 3.67 GPA last spring. Great job in the classroom, Herd.
The Technical and Digital Arts Academy has been doing great things this semester. The seniors started their Give Back project, designing graphic posters based on the 5th grade reading list. The idea is to inspire kids to anticipate reading. TDA is collaborating with Folks Ranch Elementary school teacher, Mr. Keith Topham. The juniors have taken over the ABC poster project that the seniors have produced in the past. They caught the Give Back fever and are looking forward to contributing.
Friday Night Live sponsors the Red Ribbon Week door decorating contest this last week of October. This year, Mr. Galvan's Spanish class won the prize by spreading the message to be above the influence with their bilingual Mary Jane Kills the Brain door. By using the Halloween skeleton to build their message around, students definitely got the message that drugs are not worth it. Elk Grove Band participated in our local parades this fall. We honored our nation's veterans with the music of Balance from this season's field show. Then again, we lit up the night at the Dickens Fair, bringing the light and delight to the children of Elk Grove. It was so fun to be a part of these events, and we cherish the opportunities to carry forward Elk Grove tradition. During the band comp season, Balance was our highest score field show ever, and we won the High Percussion Award in our division. You can catch the entire winter music program at the concert this Thursday evening.
Tomorrow, our FFA chapter will host the Sacramento section for a Night of Illusion by America's Got Talent finalists David and Lehman. Lehman is an Elk Grove High School FFA leadership graduate, and it's fair to say we are pretty proud of our country boy. FFA members are also looking forward to our barns being filled with piggies, lambs, rabbits, and steer come January. We can't wait to see these cute little animals grow into champions this spring. Elk Grove High's football season was truly one to remember. Overall, the team had a successful season, advancing to the third round of the playoffs for the fourth year in a row. The cross-country team saw sophomore Isabel Dobson advance to the state meet, while the team of over 35 athletes posted the top GPA on campus. On Sunday, a team of Elk Grove High School cross-country runners broke the California International Marathon record for the co-ed high school division by over 6 minutes. The girls' tennis doubles team advanced to the semifinals. Julian Knox earned all-conference on the golf team and advanced to the playoffs. Women's volleyball qualified for the postseason as well. This herd definitely has got it going on, and we owe a debt of gratitude to our committed athletes, dedicated coaches, and the support from this community.
It's finally basketball season, and along with that, it comes a new energy to our campus. The Cartwright Classic Games were packed with a full student section, recently dubbed the Cartwright Crazies, ready to chant and cheer for our teams. To kick off this long-running tournament, we held our annual Cartwright Rally, complete with performances from the Rhythmical Madness dance team, cheer, band, and choir. The basketball team members were introduced on a video showcasing each player. It was a blast, and our school spirit has never been so fantastic. Thank you. That concludes our report. McKenna and I look forward to reporting back to you on February 17th. In the meantime, we welcome you to our many campus events and wish happy holidays to you and yours. Thank you.
Thank you for that excellent report. And next, we would like to call up Pleasant Grove High School.
Good evening, President Singh Allen, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Hine. My name is Melanie Ayala.
And my name is Robert Gonzalez.
We come to you again from Pleasant Grove High School to tell you about all the wonderful things going on with our school. We are so honored to be here tonight.
Pleasant Grove's second quarter has been off to a hectic but a productive start. The fall is always filled with fun activities for all students, starting with our homecoming rally, parade, and dance. However, our most recent event was our Kindness Week. Over the course of the week, we played a variety of games, played uplifting songs, and positive videos for students to watch during lunch. During the week, students also had the chance to handwrite as well as give verbal validations to both students and teachers. Validations have become a very important part to not only the ASB class, but in Pleasant Grove's everyday culture. During November, ASB held what we call ASB Thanksgiving, where we all talked about what we are thankful for and what we appreciate. This led to us feeding the lunch staff, security guards, and office staff as a thank you for all that they do.
Another tradition in Pleasant Grove is our event of Unity Day. Hosted by Brooke Beatty, Janae Mullen, and myself, we decided on a theme of being present. This focused on the immense growth of technology and social media, which consumes so much of our generation. We encourage students to look up from their phones and really experience the world that is going on around them. The purpose of our Unity Days are to bring students who don't always see each other or may never talk together and realize the similarities we all have. We do this by having small groups of 8 to 10 students, and we also have large group activities that we play, such as Cross the Line and Strongly Agree or Disagree. This is where we discuss various topics, and students choose where they stand on that particular topic. Currently, we are preparing for our next Unity Day, which is to be in January, and we're excited to see the even greater amount of participation. Our athletes have gotten off to a great start thus far. Our girls varsity volleyball team once again shocked the district with their immense amount of talent. We are excited to say that after many attempts, we finally beat our longtime rival, St. Francis. The girls continued to put up a hard fight, playing matches that sometimes went up to 5 rounds. The flock and the entire school were right behind them, cheering them on. They even conquered another challenge and won our Delta League, making it to the state championships. We are so proud of our volleyball team and cannot wait to see the amazing talent next season. Also, PG anticipates the start of basketball season as both our men's and women's basketball teams prepare for their season. This past weekend, our women's basketball team played in the Cartwright Classic, winning it all. In the past 2 years, both teams have made it to state, and we cannot wait to once again relive our success of the 2 previous years. This quarter, students had the chance to receive Renaissance, which rewards students for their tremendous efforts during the school year. We also had our annual Take Your Parent to School Day, where parents are able to get a sense of their son or daughter's life during the school day and get to know the environment that they are in.
Our upcoming event is the annual talent show, which is themed Merry Melodies. This showcases the diverse and immense talent that PG students have. Some of the acts include rapping, singing, and as well beatboxing. Reoccurring talents such as Zoe and Grace Giamona and myself will be singing and playing instruments as our talents. We have a panel of judges which consists of both teachers and students that judge the acts. At the end of the night, certain talents are awarded: most entertaining, most likely to be famous, and most outstanding. It will be a fantastic show that you will not want to miss. We would like to invite you, the board, to this event, which will be on Friday, December 12th at 6:30. We are very excited to announce that our very own band and Sole Purpose had the chance to be in Elk Grove's Parade of Lights, as well as perform on Good Day Sacramento. They represented our school very well, and we are proud to call them part of our school. Another amazing accomplishment is Winter Percussion, as they had the chance to perform at Sacramento Kings game in February. Going into the second semester, there is a lot of planning we have to do now for those events. ASB is currently preparing for our winter homecoming, as well as our most popular Black Light Rally. Homecoming week is filled with spirit days, including White Out, where we students wear all white in order to glow under the black lights. The rally is filled with performances by students, PG Cheer, and Sole Purpose. It is a great start to the semester and gets people excited to be back at school. Another event is our annual Multicultural Fair. Students are able to learn more about cultures other than their own and notice the diverse community PG has. This also includes performances by students who represent Spanish culture, Chinese culture, and many more.
Seniors had a month of stress during November as the deadline of college applications approached. Luckily, we had our Career Center because they held many application workshops that help students to apply for college. This coming Thursday is our financial aid night for both parents and students. This helps families find out how to get as much help financially as they can. Now we await the application process for the FAFSA.
As we come to an end in our first semester of senior year, we are both excited and sad to see our high school experience come to an end. But we await the many events that PG will be organizing and are so proud to call this our high school. Thank you.
Excellent reports. We'd like to recognize the principals, Ms. Kathy Guy and Hank Meyer. Are you here? Thank you. All right, students, you may be dismissed. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the recognition of attendance campaign winners. I would like to call on our superintendent, Chris Hoffman.
And I will call on Tori Johnson, who will be making these presentations.
And assisting for the presentations will be Beth Albiani.
All right, good evening, President Singh Allen, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Hine. Tonight, I'm here before you to recognize this year's winners of our No Excuses Go to School attendance campaign poster contest and our first ever Twitter message contest. It's hard to believe, but this is now the 9th year of the successful campaign. But before we continue, I want to thank my colleague, Suzanne Tebow, who helps me continue to make this program possible. Suzanne is amazing. The poster contest includes 12 winning illustrations that were chosen from entries submitted by elementary school students from throughout the district. The Twitter message contest includes 9 winning tweets from entries submitted by middle and high school students from throughout the district. Illustrations and tweets will be printed as posters, which will be distributed once a month during the calendar year to promote student attendance at school sites. Winners, when I call your name, please come up to the front to be recognized. We will recognize the poster contest winners first and take a photo, and then we will continue with the recognition presentation and recognize the Twitter message contest winners. So, without further ado, this year's poster contest winners are Tanner Glenn from Arnold Adriani Elementary School. Gabriela Lopez from Arthur C. Butler Elementary School. Vinny Bernardino McGinnis from Carroll Elementary School. Ayumi Schuster from Helen Carr Costello Elementary School. Ariana Armijo from Elitha Donner Elementary School. Alexis Smith from Elliott Ranch Elementary School. Carson Sears from Elk Grove Elementary School. Anne Marie Nguyen from Franklin Elementary School. Alyssa Puangpuya from Roy Herberger Elementary School. Serena Turner from Prairie Elementary School. Karen Chang from David Reese Elementary School. And Jabari McDaniels from Stone Lake Elementary School. We're going to go ahead and take a quick picture of the poster contest winners, and we'll be right back for the Twitter message contest winners. Okay, moving on to the winners of the Twitter message contest. Our first winner is Giselle Ramos from James Rudder Middle School. Autocorrect will not always be there for you. Hashtag English, hashtag just go to school and learn to spell, hashtag you will not regret it. Next, Emmeline Saychow. Hashtag people, hashtag friends, hashtag fun teachers, hashtag school pays off for the future, hashtag saves time for the future. Tamara Camacho, James Rudder Middle School. Waking up in the morning sucks, but standing on a corner asking for money sucks more. Stay focused, no school, no job. Martha Gomez from James Rudder Middle School. It's better to regret something you did in school a long time ago instead of regretting something that you weren't able to do. Hashtag YOLO. And for those of you who don't know, YOLO means you only live once. Figured that needed translation for you. Araceli Rodriguez from James Rudder Middle School. School equals a better future. Hashtag money, hashtag better life, hashtag career. It all pays off. Clarence Tapasio from Toby Johnson Middle School. EGUSD, the thing I enjoy about school is that every time you come to school, you learn something new. Caitlin Yu from Toby Johnson Middle School. Great teachers, amazing friends, and exciting clubs make school an awesome and enjoyable place to learn. Amara Shom from Edward Harris Junior Middle School. School is great. You can learn a lot and get a good education. Hashtag school is great. Hashtag go to school. Hashtag education. And last but not least, Stephanie Lee from Florin High School. Go to school and make your dreams happen. Discover and explore.
All right, congratulations to all of the winners again. Very, very creative campaigns. Outstanding work. Next, I would like to call on Rod S. Edmiston to do the athletic recognitions for fall 2014-2015 CIF San Joaquin section. And to assist is Chet Madison.
Good evening. President Singh Allen, members of the school board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Hine. Tonight, I am honored to introduce to you two very extraordinary young athletes. These two young ladies captured their girls' individual tennis Sac Joaquin section championships as a freshman and a sophomore. They did this in an individual sport with no extra help from teammates. Just one-on-one competition with pure individual mental toughness, dedication, determination, and perseverance. Both of these extreme athletes breezed through round one, the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and the finals in straight sets, not allowing their opponent to win a single set. This is an unbelievable accomplishment for these girls. With that, it is my honor to introduce to you the Division I Sac Joaquin Section Girls Individual Tennis Champion from Franklin High School, Jackie Tan. She's just a freshman. And her coach, Jesse Pangilin. And I'd also like to recognize, I believe, the principal from Franklin is here, Chantel Albiani. Next, it is my honor to introduce you to the Division II Sac Joaquin Section Girls Individual Champion from Consumnes Oaks High School, Neha Gupta. She's only a sophomore, and her coach, Chris Walls. By the way, Neha is a two-time section champion. And I'd also like to introduce, I believe, the athletic director from Consumnes High is here, Mr. William Kapp. Congratulations, ladies. All of us at the Elk Grove Unified School District are very proud of you.
All right, congratulations once again to all of the champions. Okay, next on the agenda, we have student expulsion recommendations. And request for student expulsions, Mr. Carl Steinauer. Did you just open? Yep. I'd like to ask if anyone wishes to address the board in closed session regarding a student expulsion recommendation. All right, seeing none, I'd like to close the session and call for a motion to approve the request for student expulsions.
I'll move it.
Is there a second? Second?
Okay, it's been seconded.
All right, it's been seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
No? Abstentions? All right, thank you. All right, next on the agenda, we have our LCAP update, Local Control Accountability Plan update, and I would like to call on Mr. Mark Cerruti.
Thank you and good evening, President Singh Allen, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Hine. Just a very brief update. Work continues at all levels regarding the LCAP in terms of gathering information implementing programs and services, but specifically a couple of things that have happened very recently, and that's a request I have and we have of the board. A great deal of attention and focus is being placed on the planning and the budgeting that takes place at school sites in terms of LCAP planning, program planning and implementation, and we're still dealing with a foot in the old and a foot in the new. And I just want to, we had a meeting last Friday, and I want to thank Ms. Penna for pulling in the secondary principals, and I want to thank my colleague, Ms. Cherry, for allowing us into her meeting this afternoon with her principals. And I want to really pay kudos to our Director of Learning Support Services, Sanja Lowry, and also our Budget Director, Shannon Stenrus, and of course the assistants from Mr. Fagan as well, because we've spent a lot of time looking at what information our sites need when they need it. We've had conversations in cabinet regarding it, and these meetings with our principals is actually asking them and guiding them in terms of what they need to finish up their planning for this year, and then the new timeline and sequencing of information that will provide for them in the future. And just so you know, it's very, very common that we're bringing school plans for the board to approve, and it can be as late as January when we would do that in the past, and you're actually approving plans for that given year. And oftentimes board members and the community can go, so we're planning plans that are halfway through in a given year. And that isn't anything we're doing wrong. It's because the information that we're given, and when we get budget information and when money is trickling in from the various federal locations and the state locations, that's the best that ultimately we can do to provide that information and ultimately package it and bring it to you. And the bottom line is what we're doing is we're making a concerted effort that our sites will have financial information, programmatic information, staffing information much earlier, as early as January and February, so they'll be planning for in the spring for the following year. And it may seem like a very logical thing to do, but there are circumstances beyond our control that make it all but impossible. And I just want to share that we've been able to work internally. And the other piece of this that makes it possible is when the economy at the federal and state level went upside down, it was extremely difficult for us to make budget determinations and decisions in a timely manner because of the uncertainty of things. But with greater certainty, our sites will have more timely information, and we'll be bringing plans for the board for review, and it ultimately will improve our LCAP timeline and process. So we'll be doing a lot of our work and ultimately finalizing our plan that the board will finalize our LCAP plan and our budget. And so I just wanted to share that these timelines are becoming much better aligned, and what the board will receive, we're in the process of literally putting calendars together that align our budget planning and our LCAP planning process. So that's something we'll be bringing to the board. And the other update that I want to provide is this Thursday, pending we're all still standing and not floating as the weather indicates. So on Thursday of this week from 1 to 3:30 is the first LCAP Consultation Committee meeting. That's a group that we've brought together that's really focusing on the LCAP process. It's not necessarily a group that's going to be a decision-making group. It's really focusing on the key components of the LCAP process, part of which is stakeholder engagement, and the other piece of that is communications to all stakeholders. It has a variety of people that are involved. I want to thank the leadership in all of our bargaining units. They were eager to step up and have representation there, including EG Teams, our administrative group. We have representatives from the district. We have representatives from our various parent committee groups. We elicited 4 representatives, juniors, just yesterday from Mr. Hoffman's student advisory group. We'll be pulling some representatives from Mr. Hoffman's certificated advisory group as well as the parent advisory group. So we'll have great representation, and I'm bringing this to you as a board because we are looking for 2 representatives from our school board to be part of that group. And whether you select those tonight or not, that's up to you to decide, but ultimately we would hopefully have 2 representatives from our board that would participate on that committee. And again, those meetings, there's probably going to be about 3 per year that will take place in the afternoons as we continue to examine our LCAP process. And that's the update.
I got
Thank you for the update. Mr. Cerruti, I'd like to call on the board for any questions or comments. I see Mr. Madison has a
I don't really have any questions. I know the previous board meeting, it was left open. It is the president's discretion. Madam President, I just want to mention that you can pick some board members. I would recommend Carmine Forcina as one of the members, but it is your call on who you would like to.
I like all this new power.
The two on that, because we did leave that open, and I think it is very important. In fact, on my meeting with PSAA committee last week with the state board, was discussed very heavily about the LCAP and recognizing college and career readiness. I've got a pamphlet that the Linda Darling Hammond was there that presented to us, and it was very, very enlightening, things that we should consider in our LCAP.
Terrific.
Excellent. Well, Mr. Forcina, are you up to that task?
I am definitely up to. Thank you. You know, we've spoken in the past about the value of LCLAP, and this planning committee has great importance, and so I will look forward to being on that committee. I think, Mr. Cerruti, you know, I bring a wealth of experience and interest and energy, and so I look forward to being on the committee. Thank you.
All right. Well, since I have this authority to appoint, I'd like to see if Ms. Dr. Martinez-Alaire would be interested in being part of this committee.
Yes, I would like to be a part of the committee as well. So.
All right. Those are our two board appointees. Thank you so much for agreeing to give up yet more of your time.
Thank you. And what we'll do, folks, is we'll send you tomorrow morning. Realizing that your schedules are extremely busy, we fully understand if the short notice doesn't allow you to participate on Thursday, but we'll certainly send you all the materials. And then if you're unable to attend, of course, I'll work with Mr. Hoffman to make sure that you and the entire board gets all the information as a result of what comes from that meeting. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Any other questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question.
Mr. Perez.
I think you're coming this way.
There's no order. Anybody who wants to speak?
No. Carmen, do you have any questions?
I'll hold my comments till later in the meeting on committees.
Perfect.
I have no comment.
I have no comment.
I have some questions. You mentioned that this committee, what was the title of this committee?
It's the LCAP Consultation Committee.
Consultation? Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that they do not have what?
The purpose of the group is to consult, and we specifically chose that language because it is LCAP language. It's the statutory language that talks about the purpose and the function of consultation. And so it's not a decision-making body. It's there to gain deep understanding about the process of LCAP, because the final LCAP product is only as good as the process that goes into it, and that's really what this group is looking at. And a key component of that will be communications, and it's not just general communication about the LCAP. It's actually, it'll be rather complex in terms of all the programs and initiatives that are built into our LCAP. All of those need to be examined and looked at in terms of effectiveness. And how do we report out, and when do we report that out? Because it's not as simple as every fall we report out, because there's actually programs and metrics and data that goes with them that will be gathered over 12 months of the year. It's not, so we'll be working together to gather input from that group in terms of what are the characteristics of a highly effective LCAP process as well as communication system, and that's what then working with Superintendent Hoffman and the cabinet and the group that really functions to manage the LCAP process, that input will be crucial for us to do in order to do that. And I would share, this is not a requirement of the LCAP. This is an extra step, and Elk Grove has done that repeatedly, and it's been recognized by SCOE, for example. At the last SCOE LCAP meeting, I was presenting on behalf of the district regarding this very concept and this very idea of this group.
Who would be the decision makers then of LCAP and LCFF funding?
Well, ultimately, the LCAP funding, if you're talking about the budget, is Cabinet working with our superintendent brings a budget to you as a board, and you as a board are the final decision makers on the budget.
Okay. What about the local community school site committees? What part will they be playing?
Well, that's crucial, and actually that ties in directly to what I shared at the outset, at the beginning, because part of what Ms. Lowry has been doing and working directly with our principals and actually the entire, we refer to it as a pre-K-12 group. It's Donna and Tina and myself and all the directors. So it's elementary, secondary ed, and ed services. We look very, very carefully and put timelines and plans together to support our principals so that they understand through their various committees, their site EL committees, their ELAC committees, their any committees that they have that they're functioning and engaging their public, LCAP is embedded into that. And what we did is we not only provided timelines for them that they don't have to strictly adhere to, but it's guidelines for them. But ultimately what it's going to do, because of the timeline we've established, they'll be getting plans to us in April. So as we're looking at our district-wide initiatives, we'll be gleaning all of that information from all 64 schools. So ultimately, if we put the list of all 64 schools, all the meetings they're having and the people they're engaged in, that's why we don't want to lose sight of, if we're looking at the district DLAC and we've got a district foster youth committee, which are extremely important, and we have a variety of those. There's meetings going on at every one of our sites that are engaging multiple people multiple times over the course of the year. Would you consider teachers, parents, and teachers as decision makers? At the site level? Yes. And the guidance of this program? Well, it's crucial because what's part of the LCAP process, and it's actually statutorily defined, is that what we're doing is that site initiatives and site programs align to the district. That's why we have those 4 strategic goals that came out of our educational system, our E4 system, and all of our site plans are directly aligned with, and it doesn't mean that we as a district develop a plan and say, no, I'll fall in line. What we do is we provide a general structure, that structure of those 4 strategic goals, but we actually encourage innovation and initiative at the site level, because ultimately what may come out of a site level is something that folks at the district hadn't even considered, and it could in fact be a best practice that we look to replicate. Well, this is exactly what I've been advocating since day one, is that the decision makers are the parents, teachers, and students. And this week, the California Department of Education has new policies on board, in which I haven't seen presented to the board yet. I think it's very important that we see those those guidelines and those films and videos to educate fellow board members here that are not astute regarding the LCFF and LCAP process. So we still continue to need training, and that's an issue that I brought up to our new superintendent, that I wanted him to possibly set up the possibility of using that video that I passed on to him this evening. It's very important that our board members get on board with these new policy issues and guidelines. But today, I'm very sorry that I haven't seen those presented to us. They've been on the web since, at least my understanding, for maybe a month, since the last board meeting. California just, there's still an issue regarding the $3.9 million of fiscal year 2013-2014 fiscal year. How much is allocated for 2014-15 for the principals that was given to our principals district-wide, but with no guidance? And when are we going to discuss those revenues? You said 3.9 million? Right. That went to the sites? Correct. You mentioned in one of your reports that principals were given with the district-wide 3.9 million, and that they did not spend it, they gave it back to us, and that the issue was that they weren't given guidance. No, so the dollar amount was 1.9 million. 1.9? It's okay. Excuse me. That dollar amount is 1.9 million, and it's not a matter that the sites received no guidance or direction. They received very explicit guidance and directions. There are a number of factors that I shared previously with the board in terms of why monies may not be spent. Some are under our control and some actually are not within our control at all. But those monies went back into the general fund and are there for the board to consider in terms of spending priorities.
Okay.
But that dollar amount is 1.9, not 3.9.
Are those monies base monies or supplemental or concentrated monies of 1.9 million?
Rather than speak with 99% certainty, I'll let a gentleman speak with 100%.
So.
Thank you, Mark.
Base, supplemental, and concentration are revenue to the district.
Right.
You're talking about unspent expenditures. We don't designate dollars once they come in. We talk about the whole pool of dollars that would include those. So it's important for the board, particularly new members, to understand that if you're talking about the LCFF, which is a funding formula, it is how revenue comes to the district. We then, collectively, make decisions on how to spend that money. Some of it might be used for the targeted students, but you need to make that distinction.
How much is it? How much do we have for the targeted groups? Would that be concentrated
In the
or?
2014-15 budget, we identified $41 million in the LCAP plan expenditures that were are designated for the targeted students and the subgroups that also have to be addressed as part of the LCAP plan.
49 million.
41.
41?
Any further questions, Mr.
Yes,
Perez?
yes. So that 41 million is that base, supplemental, and concentrated
Those are
all?
expenditures. That's the point I'm trying to make. LCFF base supplemental concentration is revenue coming to
Right,
the
okay.
district. We then determine expenditures.
Right.
The 41 million are expenditures. We do not identify what pool of revenue those expenditures come from.
So you just mentioned that we have spent some money on some concentrated?
I'm sorry?
Some concentrated populations?
The kids that are
Right.
identified as part of the LCAP, the
Right.
targeted students, yes.
And how much are we spending on those students?
$41 million in 2014-15 are identified in the LCAP plan.
And
Okay, Mr. Perez, what I would suggest is perhaps meeting with Mr. Fagan and Mr. Cerruti for any additional questions.
well, the last question I have, when are we as a board going to discuss the 1.9 million that was not spent last year for the LCAP? That was targeted for these concentrated low-income students, English language learners, and foster youth.
I think that is something we can bring up in our upcoming meetings, and we can discuss
what-
that with our superintendent.
And what kind of guidelines are we giving those principals, how to use it?
Excellent, yes.
Also,
Thank you.
I like to see next board meeting, the actual updates on new guidelines that the Department of Education presented to the whole state of California, also.
All right, we have taken note of that. Thank you, Mr. Perez. Moving on the agenda, thank you, Mr. Cerruti, for your update, is the budget update, Mr. Fagan. And then, yes, the first interim financial report and budget update. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, good choice. Okay. Good evening, President Singh Allen, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Hine. I'm going to go ahead while we're waiting for this and just talk a little bit the presentation. You have the presentation in front of you, and one of the first slides is one that we put in kind of just to bring the two new board members up to speed on kind of the cycle. So while Steve's getting me started over there, clicker. Tonight what we're going to talk about is our 2014-15 student enrollment. Every year in October, the first Wednesday in October is our Seabeds Day. That's the first measurement we take of our students. From that measurement, we actually make our allocations for staffing and for supplies for the schools. It's when we give them their final allocation. I'll talk a little bit about the budget cycle, our first interim unrestricted changes to the budget, the first interim budget itself, multi-year projection, and I'll show you where I left the board at 45-day revise, and then give you an update of the proposed first interim. And then the components, some of the big pieces in there, as well as some of the changes that have happened since the 45-day revise. So the second slide talks about the annual budget cycle. So it's important to understand that this cycle overlaps. So when we look at, and we'll look at 15-16 just for simplicity, that right now we're in 14-15. We now know how many kids we have, so we have a little better idea of revenue. But unlike in the past, because of the additional supplemental and concentration revenues we received, and the way that information flows into the CalPAD system at the state, it's not all provided by our district. There's other entities, the county and other school districts have input into that. So what we'll be talking about tonight is the base program, because we do know how many kids we have overall. And so that information is predominantly reported by us through CalPADS. So, and CalPADS is the way that they measure the enrollments in the ADA for a local control funding formula, and it determines how much revenue we get. So at this point in the time, where we used to know all of it because it was just a revenue limit, we now have a good idea of our base funding, but until we get all of the corrections and pieces in, and that'll probably be at second interim when I come back to the board then, I'll have an update for those two add-on pieces. We're still using last year's supplemental and concentration. We brought it forward into the new year, but an adjustment this year, we won't have those final numbers. And if you'll recall, the previous board members will recall, that number slowly dropped a little bit last year as we were getting all the final numbers into CalPADS. So in January, we'll get the governor's proposal. It's the first blush at what we think we'll get for 15-16. We have some other projections that when we look at the multi-year projections we'll talk about in a minute. But January is the first time the governor, and generally in the past, the governor kind of gets what he wants. They'll compromise with the legislature a little bit. But his first blush is usually pretty accurate. And then not much happens except for a lot of dialogue between the governor and the legislature until May 15th. He comes out, and what's happened then is April taxes have been due, and even if they haven't sent their money in, they filed their returns, so they have a better idea of the revenues, so that they get an idea of how much money they're going to have for the next year, in this case 15-16. So he'll make a last adjustment on May 15th, and that's the last input piece we have before we adopt our budget, because they'll go, the legislature and the governor will chat right up until June 30th about what's going to be in and what's not. And last year we talked about there were some significant changes where the governor had stayed with his revenue, and then he put some of the STRS PERS balancing pieces in. But then in the final budget, it compromised. He took back some of his deferral buy-down money and gave us some new revenue to help offset some of the new costs he had given us at the May revision. So there's that piece. So we can't wait till June 30th or 15th when the state determines their final budget to get our budget, because it just takes that long to get it prepared and bring to the board. So May 15th is our last read, and that's what we include in revenue and any new expenditures for the adopted budget. How you doing? Okay. On June 30th, I'll say June 30th. This year, it was actually on July 1st because we do have it until July 1st. It was just the way the calendar worked out this year. The district has to adopt the budget by no later than July 1st. Normally, it's by June 30th. The state, at the same time, the state approves its final budget. And so we then have about 45 days to come back, and if there's any significant changes, we'll come back and we'll revise our budget to match the final state budget. And so that's kind of where we're at. But keep in mind, you know, we haven't hired all our new teachers, so the salaries are based on teachers that were in place in May. So it's our best estimate moving forward. But we don't know if we're going to have new kids and get new revenue yet. We don't know if we have new kids and we'll need more teachers. So after the 45-day, the first interim, we get our final read on kids. So now we know how many teachers we need. We know how much we need for supplies. Oh. Okay, cool. Going old school. All right, fair enough. So the first interim, that's what I'm here with tonight. And what normally at first interim we would talk about all the revenues, but with the local control funding formula, at second interim we'll get updates of what we expect our supplemental concentration grant funding, as well as we'll go through and in November and December, our system actually takes every budgeted salary dollar for every employee in the district and compares to everybody that's still in, that now is in the district, and it either adds money or takes it away. So we reconcile all the salaries so that by second interim, we have our best estimate of the revenue for the rest of the year and our best estimate for teachers and staff salaries throughout the district. And so the second interim is generally the last estimate we do, and it kind of trues us up for the rest of the year. But keep in mind, that's March. Now, we've already gone past another January, so we just got another January governor's budget, so our budget staff is now working on the next year's budget. So it kind of overlaps there in the first 3 months of the year. And then by September 15th, we have to do our unaudited actuals, and that's the only time I bring you information that isn't a projected or proposed budget. We brought it to the September meeting, or September meeting, and it just trues up. We go back through and we say this is how we thought we would do from a budget perspective. Here's what we actually did. We talk about why the differences came in, and then we adjust the beginning balance forward coming into the new year to reflect what our actual balance was at the end of the year. So we're going old school. So first we're going to talk a little bit about enrollment, and our district has been a district that in the 23-4 years I've been here has grown significantly. I want to say it was about 8,000 or 10,000 kids, maybe 15 when I first got here. So this is a little hard to read on the overheads, but what we have seen this year at CBEDS is that we have 62,010 kids, up from 61,685. Now keep in mind that generally what happens from CBEDS to the end of the year is that elementary schools grow and secondary schools will drop, just because of the nature of the types of schools that they have. So that's our enrollment for this year. We now actually, when we say we have approximately 62,000 kids, we can now say we have over 62,000 kids. And then about our attendance on those kids is about 94.5%, different grade levels, different, but the actual ADA we get from those kids is right in that general mid-90s area, mostly. And so that's an increase of 325 kids. So the next thing we're going to talk about is the changes, some of the big picture changes. If I just look up here, then I'll be fine. So when we brought the ending balance information to the board previously, we talked about the fact that there was some money that was set aside as reserve for carryovers. So what we've now done, and you'll see in this report tonight, is that we've gone, and a good example is summer school, $2.4 million, because it started on June 1st, and it runs through this May. So summer school, we have rebudgeted now at the first interim that $2.4 million back to the school sites so they can, and they did continue to run their programs, but now their budgets are in place so that they can see their programs. And the same thing with textbooks. We talked a little bit about the fact that we have a textbook plan that's a 10-year plan that we adjust as we go through, and we get some restricted money that helps us, but textbooks could come in on July 1st instead of June 30th, and then they wind up in this year. So those monies were budgeted and projected for textbooks, so we've rebudgeted those. The bus replace lease. Our board had originally approved $3 million for a bus purchase. At a recent board meeting, approved a 10-year lease, and so we'll get back over 3 years. We'll get back about $1.5 million. So we'll have it's a $500,000 a year 10-year lease payment, and we'll get about 10 more buses than we'd originally planned. So that'll show up in here. We're going to adjust the state revenues for the difference in the gap closure. If you're not familiar with how the local control funding formula works, the district is here. We calculate a target, and there's a new term that everybody needs to know. It's called gap closure, because we're closing that gap from where we are to where our target is. And so when that changes, if the gap closure increases, then that means they're closing more of the gap. If it decreases, they're closing less. And we'll talk about that a little bit when we get to the multi-year projections. So we have now rebudgeted additional special education growth expenditures for this year, approximately $3 million. This is for the 3- and 4-year-old ASD kids, autism spectrum disorder. We've talked with the board. Mark and I have both, Mr. Cerruti and I have both talked about that in the past. And then additional staffing for student growth. We've got 300 new kids. We need more teachers, maybe a vice principal here or there, and some clerical staff. So that's all based on the formulas we have in place. What's that?
How much would additional staff cost us?
I'll get to that.
Okay.
Am I on right? Yeah. I'll have to admit, I've never done old school presentations, so. So here's the changes from the 45-day to the first interim. You can help me any way you like, Mr. Rowe. So the gap closure, I talked about that a little bit. We had anticipated gap closure this year or last year of about 28.06%. The final numbers came out to about 29.53, so that's about $1 million more of revenue that we would expect this year and going forward. Once we get the dollars, we get to count them. So the growth ADA, I talked a little bit about this when we did the ending fund balance information and the final settle up for last year. Growth ADA, regular and special ed, about $110 million, and I'll say this is only base numbers. We have not adjusted up or down for whatever our new numbers might be for the concentration and the supplemental grant pieces, about $1.1 million. So new revenues that we're rebudgeting in the year are $2.1 million. We've budgeted special ed growth for staffing and transportation about $2.7 million. I had mentioned that it was about $3 million. There were some carryover expenditures for special ed buses that we had to start the year with as a rental because the kids showed up late last year. We got through last year, but we needed the buses we had budgeted didn't get purchased last year. So they're part of that indirect and carryover piece. So the total is right around $3.2 or $3.3 million for the carryover of last year's buses and then this year's new student growth for special education, transportation, and staffing. The growth staffing, Mr. Perez, $400,000. The pre-year 2000 retiree savings, we send money as a part of our agreements with the bargaining units over to Egbert to fund that program or that trust. They take all of the retirees from the district from 2000 forward. So when the original arrangements were made in 1996, anyone that retired from the district prior to the year 2000, we call them our pre-2000 retirees, are still paid by the district. So that pool of people, it was a finite group that qualified in the year 2000, and they're still with us, fortunately, and they're being covered by the district. But there was a change to one of our programs that we offered, the benefit package, carrier actually is what I meant, that made better than a 50% reduction to the over 65 plans, and this is 2014, so if they retired at 50 in 2000, they're pretty much over 65. So we had talked about that savings. We saved about $600,000. We'd already recognized about $400,000 or $500,000 in the adopted budget, so about $1 million of our pre-2K retirees that will be, that's an ongoing savings because we don't expect those costs to go back up. The transportation equipment, this year we'd budgeted one-time $3 million, so we budgeted one-time this year's payment of $500,000, so a $2.5 million one-time savings from the transportation equipment. There's summer school getting rebudgeted into the new years. Mr. Pierce runs that great site energy savings that saves us for $100,000 a year. We get about $1.1 million or $1.2 million in savings because our sites are all over turning off lights and closing doors and that kind of thing. Indirect and other carryover, that would be predominantly the buses I just talked about. Indirect, that's the percentage. It's usually around 4 or 5% that we charge categorical programs to take care of all their administrative needs. So, for example, Title I, they have another one too, but we charge them indirect, so we do their payroll for them. And so it's kind of an administrative fee we charge. And when we bring balances into the new year, which we do on this agenda, there's 400,000 I think of new credits we expect back from them to support payroll and budget and accounting and so forth. So all of those pluses and minuses are an increase of expenditures of $3.4 million, and if you net that against the $2.1 million above, the change to operations from 45 days to now is $1.3 million of additional costs. And if you look at the 14-15 unrestricted, you can see how the 45-day had a deficit of about $5.1 million, 5.15, and the new deficit is 6.5, and that change is about $1.3 million. So that's kind of the reconciling, how we connected the dots for that. Well, I'm glad I guess I wouldn't have made it as a teacher, huh?
I have a question now regarding this reserves.
Yes.
Reserve for funding priorities. Okay, as a result of this SB 858, it's reserve cap. How's that going to affect this numbers? If we have to.
Well, it doesn't take effect till 15-16.
15-16?
And I don't think it takes effect until they actually put some money in that reserve, and they haven't.
So what date does it become effective?
15-16 is the earliest
Oh,
it would
okay.
become effective.
So we don't have to worry about in this budget?
But the idea is that if they put reserves in, that we can't have excess reserves, but until they put their reserves in, we don't have to put ours in.
Okay.
And in our district, that normally isn't a problem. I mean, when we went through the very difficult times, we had saved up
Plenty.
reserves, but in a normal business environment, that wouldn't be the case for our district. We wouldn't have more than the double, the 2%, the 4%. So, in the out years, pretty much they're all the same types of changes. And Bob's going to come fix that for me. So, these, generally speaking, the first one is different because in 15-16, the gap closure, remember that's that new term we're going to talk about, it got lower. So in other words, we're now projecting to get less money than we thought in 15-16, but the gap closure in 16-17 got greater, so we expect a little bit more, but one's over a 2-year period and one's one, and I'll show you on the next, in a slide or two. But our contract with the teachers talks about class sizes for 4 through 6. They're currently, through agreements we've made in the past, at 28-1, but the contract's beginning in 15-16. Unless we negotiate otherwise, goes back to 26-1. So we've included that in both of the years. Adjusted ongoing revenues and expenditures. So those other expenditures that I told you about that we're ongoing on the previous slide, the growth this year, the gap closure that was from this year and last year. We've rolled that forward. So as soon as we recognize ongoing dollars, the pre-2000 retiree savings, those are all going to roll forward. So pretty much everything that we've identified for 14-15 that's ongoing in nature, expenditure and revenue-wise, will roll forward. And then we made the adjustment for the bus lease and replacement. So, components of the multi-year projection. This is just to remind the board of what's in there. The LCFF increase for 15-16 and 16-17 are $15 and $17 million respectively. For as a reminder, and for the new board members, the way that works is that the Department of Finance has a projection that's like this much new money, and School Services says, which is one of our primary business consultant group, says this. So what we do and have done for this is our second year is we draw a line right in the middle of those two. So we're not taking the most conservative with School Services, but we're not getting too far out on an edge by taking the Department of Finance, because he works for the governor and they work for the governor, and there could be other things going on. So we kind of split that difference, not from zero, but from the two projections. So whenever there's a projection change, either by School Services or Department of Finance, we adjust that back to the middle. And what happened is that not a part of their final adopted budget, but several weeks later in July, from our original projections that we were using for the 2 out years, the governor came back and reduced the gap closure projection for 15-16 and then increased it for 16-17. We just talked about that on those slides. And so what that meant was about $7 million less for 15-16 and 16-17, and we got about 4 of it back in the last year. So in the out years on the multi-year projection, those changes are now reflected, but it's all going to be moot in about a month, because on January 10th, the governor's going to come out and he's going to go, it's not 17 for next year, it's probably our 22 that we had before, something like that. But we want to stay true to the projections so that we don't get ourselves too far out in front of over our skis as far as revenues in the out years. So flat student enrollment, we take what we have, the kids we have now, and until Mr. Pierce tells us we got growth, we're not going to budget any growth. It continues the staffing levels for 14-15, except for the 4-6 class size. Special ed growth, we have budgeted every year special ed growth, and the growth we put in this, additional growth we put in this year, but we don't have any additional growth in the out years. Technology is a utility. This will be our second year where you can see our money's going to good use. I'm just kidding, Steve. This utility money goes to the classroom, so it doesn't have anything to do with this. And it's $3 million a year, and it's used to do our refresh that I think we're probably 7 years behind, but Mr. Mate is making great strides in getting our classroom technology, not necessarily computers, but brought up to date. The healthcare contribution, we have a cap from Kaiser of no more than 3% next year, and we're responsible for 80% of that. And then when we don't have cap years and what that means is that our increase for 15-16 will be no greater than 3%. And we normally look at start with a 10% for the out years, and then when we'll get our proposal for each new year, it comes in, thanks Steve, it comes in about January. We get our first proposal, so that's when we'll know. So next year, no more than 3%. We'd love to see them come in. In fact, I met with them today. We talked about something in the 2s, but we'll just have to see how our experience comes out. Routine restricted maintenance, just a reminder, until the bad times hit, it was a minimum 3% contribution. We always make the minimum because it's plenty. But we're required to make the 3% contribution. And routine restricted maintenance, it's not replacing a roof. It's the more long-term thing. So it's not everyday cleaning. it's our deep cleaning crew that comes in and cleans the floor and does the gym floors and does all that. So it's everything over and above the everyday cleaning and lawn mowing kind of thing. And the TK overload stipends, we have an agreement for this year, but we're still negotiating for 15-16. So when that agreement comes along, if it's the same as this year, we'll add it back. But because just similar to the piece with the class size for 28 for the 4th through 6th graders, when we get our settlement, that'll all become part of that final agreement that we have with EGEA. So here's the 45-day multi-year projection.
Excuse me, that last expenditure
Mr. Perez,
includes...
can we let Mr. Fagan finish, and then we'll do our questions?
It's
Can we-
regarding one
can
of the
it hold?
biggest expenditures we're going to get, and that's Cal STRS rate hikes.
Yeah, so we'll have that
I
opportunity
can
as
talk to
soon
you
as
about
we're
that.
done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So there's other changes in this, but most of the changes that we saw, if you think about that page where I went through down with the reconciliation, where the net was 1.3. The biggest piece is that if you look at in 2015-16, under the estimated revenues on this one, it's a little over 22 million for 15-16, and then in the 16-17 column, it's 13,542,000. When we get to the next slide, look at those numbers and the changes, and this is that gap closure I talked about, where it went from 22 million in 15-16 down to 14,998, and it went up from the 13.5 up to 17. So that's the biggest piece the hit that we've seen since the 45-day, because we made some strides where we got some new kids and we got some good gap closures, but that change in the forecast is probably the biggest piece that is affecting this for the 2 out years. But like I said, in January we'll get those real numbers. We'll drop them in, and the LAO was out the other day and criticized the Department of Finance's projections as being too conservative. They think that this year could be as much as $2.5 billion above. That doesn't mean the governor's going to give it all to the schools, but as the rules go, this district, whatever comes to the schools, every $1 billion is about $10 million for the district. So we're about 1% of the state budget, or the school district budget. So the money should be there in January. Will he do one-time things with it? Will he give it to us ongoing? That'll be the real question. But the state will have the money. A lot will depend on what he does. So these numbers now and this multi-year projection reflect all those other things I've discussed on those previous slides. And so then the governor's proposal is what we expect next for 15-16. We'll do our second interim, which is kind of our last look at this year. The governor's May revision comes out in May, and it's that cycle I talked about earlier. It's just that whole cycle, and as soon as the governor's proposal comes out in January, we're working on this year's second interim, and next year's adopted, and that type of thing. And Mr. Perez, yeah, these numbers already had the STRS and PERS contributions in them at 45 days, so there's no changes. But yes, they're still in there. They're built in. Yeah.
Mr. Fagan, are you complete? Have you completed your presentation?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
So we'll
yes.
start with Mr.
Yes.
Perez for questions and comments.
Since this is a multi-year projections, what about the importance of our school facility bond? How would that play in our budget?
A new school facility bond? I would say it'd be very positive.
Right.
It just depends on what you want to do with it. I mean, there's a lot of things we could do with a school bond.
Can we, okay. Would there be a line item cost on that, on our budget anywhere?
Well, generally, we haven't had one of those bonds here
For a
in this
while.
district, well, since I've been here. And so I think that's all part of how the board would want to set it up, what they want it to go for and provide, and how long and how much, that kind of thing. So it might be its own separate little fund, and those things would come out of my multi-year projections, because they'd be handled over here on the side. But we'd address that when we know more about that.
What part of the fiscal year or the next steps is that crucial to begin? It's my understanding you need at least 2 years to get the ball rolling on a facility bond like this or initiative.
I know that we looked at it.
Mr. Pierce, the expert.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. So as the board's aware, we are updating our district-wide master plan as we speak. And I've been careful to not start any rumors about a future school bond measure, but what I can tell you is the master plan will have a huge need associated with it. That need will also have a price tag. That price tag will have to be met in any number of means, one of which is a local school bond. So as we complete the master plan this year, we will be presenting to the board options on how we will fulfill that need. There's any number of vehicles, one of which would be a school bond. So the soonest the board right now, outside of a special election, which your current Mello-Roos was a special election. So that is a vehicle that we'll explore, would be 2016, absent some other vehicle that would be a special election prior to then. So there are guidelines and there are requirements of when the board has to adopt a resolution to explore it and to place it on the ballot. That timeline is way out in the future. It's not anything that's bearing pressure on us at the moment.
So when do you propose to do that?
So what I will be doing as staff to the board alongside the master plan is presenting to you options to meet the need addressed in the master plan. That will be happening probably into the summer, to be quite honest, this coming summer.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Martinez-Alaire?
I have
Any questions or comments?
just a few comments. I would just like to say you gave a really thorough report, very detailed, and thank you for breaking it down, explaining, especially for me as a new board member. I appreciate that. And also in the fact that I liked how you projected out the income for 2016-17, the 8% increase in the healthcare contribution, because I think that's important as the needs continue to rise.
Sure.
So again, I really thought you gave a thorough, detailed report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
I have no questions or comment.
Mr. Forcina, and I've seen many notes there.
I don't want to disappoint. First question. We know that we had somewhat of an issue beginning of the year with the revenues, the supplemental monies we received, because we weren't getting the amount of free and reduced priced questionnaires back that we needed to have, and I know that the principals became aggressive in ensuring those. Utilizing our wonderful decision-making model, have we taken a look at the problems associated with receiving those applications, and have we made plans to address how we would indeed seek the maximum number possible?
We're in the process right now. First of all, we got a little bit of a break. We don't have to send them out to all kids. If they're at a, and I'll just do a brief history as Reader's Digest version, if you will. So we have schools that have a certain level of free and reduced kid percentage for their school. They become what they call Provision 2 school, and this is mainly for the new board members. And what that means is that we don't charge any of the kids at the school. They all get to eat for free.
Right.
So at those schools, we thought we would have to send these secondary forms out, because that happens every 4 years. So in the intervening 3 years, we thought we'd have to send a form out to each one of those kids. Well, what the state said, that as long as you mark them in the year that they base, or last year when we went out and did what Mr. Forcina described and sent out supplemental forms, as long as we keep them marked as being free and reduced until they survey again for either that school or a new school, and whether it's a Provision 2 school or not, they will continue to be that. So we don't have to go out to those. We just have to identify those ones that, as they come to the district, add them, leave, take them off. We don't know where we're at yet, but we've made the same effort with the schools, except for we didn't have as many kids to address this year, and then the kids that are rebasing. So that's something that we'll take a look, and we'll have time, once we get the numbers, to see how accurate they are after the first of the year, or how successful we've been, and then we may have to make some new efforts in the beginning part of the year to go out and get them. But there's still some, just getting particularly secondary kids to sign on the dotted line. So we've been trying online apps and those types of things to get kids to just we'd love them to eat the meals, but in this case now, we really need them to just stand up and be counted so that we can get money for them.
Okay, thank you. Next question, and it has to do with the carryover on summer school.
Sure.
And this gets at really a budget planning question and with respect to process. What we've dealt with, in my experience, in the last 2 years, is that elementary ed and secondary ed have been in a position of saying, we will gladly accept what you give us, and we will make a program with whatever you give us. It seems to me that that's a backward process. It seems to me we should have a process in which elementary and secondary ed says, this is a program that we believe would meet the needs of all the children. This is what it will cost. If you do not like that program, here is a backup program, and it will do B. But it just seems to me that our current process is backwards with respect to genuinely, and I'm not saying that our process is not genuine, but genuinely looking at what are the needs of the kids, because we develop a program based on what's given as opposed to funding that which has been identified as needed and or desired.
And I don't normally speak for my fellow associates, but I can guarantee you will have new requests for improved summer schools for what Donna and Tina they both mentioned to me. I haven't heard any numbers, but this year, as part of the priority coming from Cabinet, I'm sure we'll have a need assessment for you. And we can always do a Plan B. But yeah, well, I think we all realized that it was very last minute last year. Did great work getting the things in place. But yeah, it's a great way to go. At least, even if you can't do it all in 1 year, at least you know over a period of years how much you need.
Okay. Next question. I think everybody in the room knows that neither the federal government nor the state government have owned up to their obligations with respect to special ed funding. That's why we're over $35 million of contribution from general fund to special ed, because people haven't lived up to their obligations. Last year I represented the board in having meetings with Assemblyman Cooley and Congressman Barrow with respect to addressing this issue. My question to you is there currently a CFO and or superintendent's committee statewide that is working on this issue and lobbying the lawmakers?
I'm going to say not that I'm aware of. I mean, I think we take every opportunity to remind them of it, and our lobbyists and policy and the school services and AXA and the coalitions that we're a part of do. But I don't know that there's a separate.
Yeah, not a separate group, but AXA is one that I'm aware of that's certainly on their radar. The whole concept of adequacy, period, and then the special ed shortfall and not living up to the promise, as you said, absolutely.
You know, this school district's not unlike any other school district that I've worked with in that it honors not only its obligations to special education children, but understands that we have a responsibility to meet those needs. And we also know that with the large number of children being identified with autistic or autistic-like behaviors, that at some point in time we're going to break the bank if there's not a recognition and an adjustment. So I really do believe that a concerted effort needs to be made on the part, personally, and I think there's support here, on the part of CFOs and superintendents to really sit down and take a look at this issue and say, hey, we need a different funding model, because we can't just keep opening more and more classes without receiving funding for the opening of the classrooms. So, all right, thank you.
Okay.
But I'm not done. My next question, again, it gets at the whole budgeting process, and we know that we've spent a lot of time talking on that process. Last year, when we were talking about guidelines, I had questioned maintenance and landscaping guidelines that were within the budget guidelines, and talked about deferred maintenance. And I am really happy that a deferred maintenance plan is going to be coming forward. But correct me if I'm wrong in my assumption, but the way in which we budget is that people utilize their current year budget, with information available vis-a-vis budget guidelines, whatever. They receive a percentage adjustment. We say for inflation. You may add 2% or 3%. Okay, that part's wrong. But just as I had indicated before in terms of my concern and how we approach elementary and secondary ed summer school, I have the same issue on deferred maintenance. And hopefully a complete plan will address a lot of those questions, as opposed to what we do now, like I say, from my perspective, that people move on the budget they have. And then, as we've done the last 2 years, that what we get presented with as a board is a laundry list of requests. And I don't think a laundry list of requests is a proper way to go about budgeting, because then it's like survival of the fittest, as opposed to, and you can make the argument, everything on the list is need, but it's not in the same vein as, using again the example of summer school, the people responsible for that coming forward and say, you know what, if you want a summer school that's going to address the needs of the kids, this is what it will look like, this is what it will achieve, and this is what it will cost. And certainly we'd like to see the same thing for deferred maintenance and maintenance in general.
I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that all the board members
Yeah, what-
understand, though, that I think you might be returning to custodial, perhaps more specifically the grounds and the lawn mowing. That actually doesn't fall into the RRM area. We've been very creative to get as many people in there as we could. Mr. Pierce and you know, the school sites, but that'll be something similar to summer school, where a lot of what you're looking for, I think, it'll probably have to handle out of the general fund.
Okay. Now, when we get our presentations, here's my note. When we get our presentations, the presentations are generally with respect to general fund.
Unrestricted general fund.
Unrestricted general fund. Could we also have data which addresses the revenues that are being received by the other 11 funds?
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not done. I'm not done, but I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Now, as I look at your slide number 10, where it says salaries and benefits, $354 million. That is a figure that addresses what we are projected to spend based on existing positions. Is that correct?
The number of positions is correct. That's what I spoke about a little bit earlier, that the final adjustment, because all of the STEP and educational credit pieces aren't really finalized until like October or November in our district. So at second interim, we true them up. It's usually within $1 million or $2 of it, but it's not the people that are in those, the positions are there, but the people haven't been applied to it. So if I use May's people and one of them retired, I would now be using a new teacher at a different salary and similar. So it's very, very close, but we haven't trued it up yet to the actual people in the positions. So again, within $1 million or $2, it's a number.
And looking at the data would say that we are expending more than we are receiving.
Yes, we spent all of this year's revenue.
So, being cognizant of a sensitive issue, where is the money for negotiated raises?
So what we would look for is, first of all, we'd look at the more recent one, slide 11, because it has the actual updates that we've put in there. So what we would want to look at is two things. Actual revenues for 15-16, because last year we spent this year's money, because we were deficit spending last year's when we gave out our raise. Any raises that we do this year will probably be deficit spending into the 15-16 year. But the idea is to use the fund balance at the bottom, the 15-17-17, as we deficit spend in each out year, we deficit spend less, we use those one-time dollars, and ultimately we'll have to stop deficit spending. But it's kind of, we've called it a soft landing in the past. So the fund balance is a one-time piece. We could go buy buses or one-time things, class, whatever. But the other way to use that is to take it, and as we come out of the difficult times and we're waiting for the new revenue, to still deficit spend some of that down each year, not spend it all away, but kind of feather that in there. And each year when we deficit spend next year's money, we spend less, so that at some point we're not deficit spending and we're only spending this year's money. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. Thank you. I'm not going to ask any more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fortuna. Mr. Madison?
I don't have any questions. I'm going to just wait until January. See how much money.
Me too.
Ms. Albiani?
Thank you for a very good report. I do believe that the special education growth is of a concern, and I have met with Mr. Cerruti and appreciate that the district's trying to develop a plan to get those under control better. So I encourage that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fagan.
I think I forgot to ask you that because there's one board meeting, this was a bring for discussion, and I was going to ask you to approve the first interim this
Yes,
evening.
and I've got that in my notes,
Okay,
but
okay.
since I haven't spoken yet on my
Okay.
questions and comments,
Certainly.
I will do that now, since I did forget to last time. It doesn't pertain so much to the report, but I think it would be very helpful to have another workshop as it relates to the budget with updated numbers and review board priorities, since it's going to be essentially a brand new makeup here. And so we'll look at the calendar. I'm thinking when the full team is in place. So sometime in very early February, once we have the update from the governor, and it gives us a few weeks, and we'll have our a new board member at that point, hopefully. So once I think our full team is in place, it would be really helpful for all of the new board members to sit down and go over what a number of us have already done. And that is really review the budget, look at all of the numbers, look at all of the various categories, and of course, identify board member priorities, because they may have changed with new representatives.
Seemed to work quite well last year, other than we were kind of behind in time-wise to start with. So.
And we have school services, which will come out. Well, there'll be the meeting very soon after the governor's releases his budget. That's a great opportunity to kind of define what's actually in the budget, and then right after that would be a great time to put that meeting together.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
So at this time, I would like to call for a motion to approve the 2014-2015 first interim financial report.
I'll second it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. No? Abstentions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got public comment, and I would like to call on anyone submitting a blue card on an agenda, not on an item not on the agenda. I do have one blue card. Thong, and please excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name. I have Thong Fan Quang. Okay, please correct me. And when you come up here, please restate your name for the record as well. Thank you. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Tong Fan Quang. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Hine, and President Singh Allen. Let's see here, actually. The issue I would like to speak of this evening involves transportation, specifically busing. I am a single father of 2 children, my son Aiden, who is age 9, and a 4th grader at Consumnes River Elementary, or Crest, and daughter Zoe, age 12, a 7th grader at Catherine Albiani Middle School. Several years ago, you helped me to re-enroll my son and daughter back into Carroll Elementary after my ex-wife decided to move to Folsom and enroll my children in the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Since then, she has moved back to Elk Grove and then out of Elk Grove again and now currently residing in Rancho Murrieta. My children have been displaced twice in the past 3 years from their schools. You can only imagine the emotional turmoil from the constant moving and instability this has caused them. In order to maintain some consistency and normalcy in our daily routines, I have moved myself as close as possible to their new schools, from the far west side of Elk Grove, which I previously lived, to the east side. Unfortunately, it is not close enough. I drive my son on my weeks to Crest, which is 30 minutes from my residence, and then drop my daughter off at Albiani on my way back into town to get to work. I do this in the morning and repeat it in the afternoon, an hour twice a day. When my children are with their mother, they take the school bus to and from school each day. I am not afforded that option because of where I live. I am simply asking for an exception to the guidelines and willing to sign the necessary waivers. I am asking that the district allow me to drop my son off at the nearest bus stop to my residence in Vintage Park in the morning only. I would watch my son board the bus before leaving the bus stop. In the afternoon, I pick him up, as I do now, at the YMCA. As for my daughter, I would continue to drop her off and pick her up. At no time would my son be left unattended. This would alleviate a great deal of hardship for me. I have spoken to Ms. Jill Gallardo in the Transportation Department, and she has been very nice, but has advised me since I live outside the service area, this would not be possible. I believe my request is not unreasonable, and my situation is not unique. I am asking that you, the board members, superintendent, board president, make busing an option for me in the morning only, where I can drop my son off and watch him board the bus. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. I'll direct you to perhaps Donna Cherry to assist you further if you have any follow-up questions, or Mr. Fagan in the back there. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda we have bargaining units, and I'd like to ask if any bargaining units wishes to address the board. Yes.
Good evening, Mary Deutsch, President of CSEA.
And Nancy Eastman, the Labor Relations Representative with CSEA.
Just wanted to say welcome to our new trustees, and welcome to our new president and clerk, and a fond farewell to Mr. Lee as you take on a new challenge, and I'm sure we'll still see you around. And I do want to say hello, Mr. Hoffman and Ms. Arlene Hine. But everybody, I just want you to have a nice, safe, and healthy and happy holidays.
Thank you very much. Any other bargaining units? Okay, we're good. All right, next we have Finance Committee Annual Report, and I would like to call on Mr. Fagan, and he's probably outside.
The president of the Finance Committee.
Okay, I will call on the President of the Finance Committee, if you would like to come up.
Good evening, President Bobby Singh Allen, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Hine, and Board of Education. I don't normally step up here, but since Mr. Fagan's
Please.
out, I would like to introduce Mr. Romel DeClinis, our Finance Committee Chairperson, who will present to you the
Wonderful.
Finance Committee report.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Before I get started, I want to make sure that I also recognize my fellow Finance Committee members that have come out tonight. So if you could please stand up for those that are on the Finance Committee. These men and women spend their time as well as I do, so it's not just me presenting this report, but I want to make sure that you understand the people that you've appointed spend a lot of time looking at this for you, and we are proud to provide our comments tonight.
How about their names? Give us our names.
So we have Mr. Alvarez, Mr. Salamanca, Mr. Ramos, Mr. Mendenhall, and Ms. Rankin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Again, my name is Romel DeClinis. I am the chair of the Finance Committee. I have 6 children here in the Elk Grove Unified School District that have been educated through here, 2 at Monterey Trail, 2 at Edward Harris, 1 at Irene B. West Elementary School. I have also been involved in some of the other committees, but are proud today to to present to you our annual report. For those new to the board, President Singh Allen, members of the school board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Hine, we were created for your use, to be able to present to you what our eyes and views are on the finances of the district. You should have a copy of our report, and just want to make sure that you understand that we've met 9 times this year. We will be also meeting on December the 15th as our final meeting, and we'll be assigning or choosing somebody to sit on the LCAP consultation committee that will represent the Finance Committee. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the district staff and their members for the time that he spent outside of the regular work to present to us the finances and the presentations that they had prepared for us, and also for the support of Mr. Fagan and Ms. Hargis for their ongoing support. This year we had department presentations, of which you have a copy of our comments, but I would like to highlight some of those for you so that you understand where our observations and our recommendations come from. The first presentation we had was on Common Core technology and support and what is being done in that area. I've heard some discussion here tonight on where we're going as a district, and we believe, from the Finance Committee perspective, that we support the district strategy for providing Common Core technology in the classroom and where we're going in that phased approach that has been implemented. This way it helps to minimize the cost and ensure technical compatibility. So as the technology changes, we don't have a huge capital expense right up front. It's kind of in a phased approach. So we do appreciate that and being good stewards of our finances. The second presentation, as you've heard tonight as well, is about local control funding formula and also the LCAP. We at the time did not have as much data as well, and as you can tell, you are still working on the timeline as well, and to be able to have data to analyze that. But we did want to make sure that the board is aware, and to make sure that the impacts on the finances that happens on the districts when you guys make those decisions is something to be mindful of as we look at how it's implemented, and what the metrics are to measure our success is going to be key to how it impacts our budget. We did want to say that part of the comments when we presented to the board as well is that E4 learning strategy and that focus has been encouraging, that the district has taken a proactive approach in doing that and making sure that we're not leaving anything behind in that area. So that is our perspective on LCAP and LCFF. We also then had a presentation from the Facilities and Planning and Maintenance and Operations. Again, well done presentation. The Finance Committee was able to understand and analyze how things are funded from a planning and maintenance and facility standpoint. We appreciate the effort that you all are doing to reduce energy costs and the carbon footprint within the district. We believe that the department has been effective despite the challenges in the funding. One of the things to consider, and you'll hear it in some of the comments from the students, is that as you guys look at funding and maybe if there's more that comes in, to consider restoration of some of the maintenance and operations to properly maintain district facilities. And so consider that as you look at your budget and as things come up. The next presentation we had was from special education. We really just have one comment, and that is, please raise the awareness on funding shortfalls from the state and federal perspective. And I think it's been discussed here tonight, so please go ahead and do that in all your different committees that you're on, not just the superintendent. So lastly, we had a presentation on compensation and benefits. We understand how we got to where we're at in regards to the one-time, adjustments that we made to get to the budget for the shortfalls. Any consideration, our recommendation for increased compensation and/or benefits should be analyzed for long-term financial impacts. And I guess it was also brought up today that you should be aware of the future state mandated STRS and PERS funding that needs to be done for your budget. And then lastly, I wanted to talk a little bit about our students. Twice a year, we invite our students to give us feedback on the impacts that they have based on our decision financially or what's maybe happening in their school environment. So we provide this to you as just a reflection. It doesn't really have any financial perspective per se, but really how is it happening on their school campuses. So the first one that they talked about was about scheduling electives of classes. Being part of the academy programs continues to be difficult, considering that they need a large number of courses and have limited availability of courses. The other comment that they had was in regards to summer school. They like summer school. They want to be able to have other options, though, beyond credit recovery. Some of your well-performing students also use it to be able to have flexibility in their schedule in the later years of their high school career, and so that's an opportunity there for you to look at. The academies and career focus programs are working well to engage student interest, but there is also some lack of flexibility at times that they have if they need to change schedule. It's kind of like changing a major. One of the things that we ask them is, are you prepared for life after your education here at EGUSD? Some of the comments they said was a practical life skills segment as a required class would be helpful to be able to do some of the things that when you're an adult away from home or other things you need to be able to be prepared to do, and that was made by a number of students. And then during the feedback session, there was a desire to make sure to upgrade and help beautify some of the older schools to increase school spirit and their learning environment. And that ties into some of the comments we made around facilities and planning. And then lastly, regarding library access, the quantity and quality of available materials could be improved. We've noticed, or maybe that in some areas, they're longing for more, better books, more access, more hours. And so that's really the perspective the students came from. And I'm proud to say that we spent a lot of time. I thank you for making sure that the Finance Committee has members and that we're all looking at the information that's provided. And again, thank you for your staff and everybody providing us that information so we could come up with a good annual report for you. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much for that. What a wonderful report, and I just at this point would love to congratulate and thank all of you for your dedicated service to our district. This is just quite impressive, and I know that you spent a lot of time away from your own respective families as well. So I'd like to turn this over to my colleagues here for questions and comments, and we'll start with Ms. Albiani.
Hi, thank you very much for your report. I fondly recall my days of working with this same excellent group of people, and I appreciate and know the work you put into it. So thank you for your time, and my favorite part was always the student representatives. I loved hearing straight from them, and I appreciate that being the largest part of the report, because that's really an important part to me.
Mr. Madison?
Yeah, the same. I'm just so appreciative of all the Finance Committee. You just do wonderful work. I sat on it myself years ago, and it's invaluable if we really listen to you and you get the feedback from the communities and the children. Your presentation was right on. You got a lot of kids, sir. You might be a board member one day. You're going to be in this district a while. But very, very good report.
Mr. Forcina?
Thank you, Mr. Ramel. I think it goes without saying that you and the rest of the committee members are fantastic with respect to being willing to volunteer the time that you do. The report for me does two things, and we had a report certainly last year, and that was the first year that I had received a report. I think the report does two things. To me, the benefit of having a finance committee is that you get an independent set of eyes, seeing what we do, ears to listen from the presenters to what we do. And in the end, two things happen. One, we get information on things that perhaps we had not considered in the past. And two, we get information that reinforces those things which board members may have focused on as being pretty important. And every recommendation here hits on an area that needs to be addressed. And so the information is extremely helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Mr. Ramil, nice seeing you again. Want to take this opportunity to thank those Finance Committee members who are here. I know that this really is additional demand on your busy schedule, and I truly appreciate that. But I'm actually excited to see the progression of this particular Finance Committee. I believe a couple years ago when we saw this for what it was, we saw the potential for what it could be. And the report tonight was very informative, and I'm very pleased that, certainly with this trajectory, I think this Finance Committee could be super effective in providing input for the board and the budget development. Thank you.
Dr. Martinez-Liar?
Again, I would just like to, with my other board members, again, thank you for the Finance Committee and the volunteers, the dedication and commitment to that. Again, I like the student perspective. I think it's really key. When I was reading this a couple nights ago, what stood out to me was I'm recommending a practical life skills course, because that's essential, again, really critical when you're looking at preparing the students either for college or career readiness, because we're thinking of high school, but on the flip side of that, working in a nonprofit agency before, previously working for a welfare system, I know firsthand we'd have people coming in as adults needing that practical life skills class. So again, I could see the valuable information that's presented here from the student's perspective, because it's keen for their future goals. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have a few questions. How many students did you invite?
So there were students from all the secondary high schools.
And were the student body or just any?
No, the process was that we requested that from Ms. Pena, and she would go ask the school site to get representatives based on the qualifications that we asked them to make sure that they had a good perspective. And we did have a fair amount of participation. I don't want to say 100%, but there was a good fair amount of participation, and also from your continuation schools as well. So it gave us a good balance.
And how many? How many did you?
There was 2 sessions, so I would like to say anywhere from 14 to 20.
Very good.
Yeah.
Can we have SurveyMonkey do a survey?
I'm sorry.
There's a software program that does a survey. It's called SurveyMonkey.
Yeah.
You familiar with it?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering if you could possibly, expand your resources out there, or your questionnaire, or your survey out to all students, or whoever wants to apply.
And the Finance Committee is here at the discretion of the board. So
Okay.
whatever-
That is something that we as a board,
Would-
if we
Have to-
chose to, we could ask the Finance Committee to look into
Okay.
other options of getting additional input.
Exactly. Thank you, Carmen, for stating that us as board members have brought these issues up, and I support practical life skills segments as a requirement. That's very important. What I also like to see possible is coding. Coding today is another language, student language, that our students need to, it's a matter of national security. I like to have that as a possible addition to this, because the fact that it's a matter of national security. We need to develop scientists, and it starts early in the age, Did you get anything like that?
Yeah, Mr. Perez, since I work for AT&T, I appreciate your STEM technology focus. So,
Right.
But again, from a finance committee perspective, we look at where you're spending the money and where we think the recommendations would go. Some of that is based on the curriculum development that your staff and some of the board, the superintendent and his cabinet focuses on what they see based on the needs of their students and their assessment. So I think it would be good to.
So those, Mr. Perez, would be things that we would bring up with our
No,
superintendent.
but I'm wondering if any students brought this up. Did any students bring up any need for technology classes or mention of it?
Yeah, there was some comments as well, not only about technology, but also one of the questions in our discussions, we were talking about iPads and some of the things like that. It was mixed. Okay, so not everybody says, well, not everybody will use it. Sometimes we like to be able to take tests, to be able to do that. So there's a varied comment, and I think when you assess technology, it needs to be done carefully, because you could have different things on there. So again, that wasn't presented to us, so we don't really have any recommendation at this point.
Okay.
But again, we're at discretion of the board and
Okay, and the last thing, any need for training of your fellow members of the Finance Committee? Any requests on training needs?
Typically, part of our schedule is if we do have new members, what I've done in the past, and I think what we've done, is also give them an orientation of the bylaws. You will have in front of you today, the staff will present that to you again so you can look at it. But if there's any changes, that basically we follow the bylaws of what's put before us, before your board and anything else. So
What I'm getting at, the California School Board Association has a class on finance, school finance. I was wondering if your fellow members would need a class like that.
If it was
That's outside of what's outlined in the bylaws. If we ask for our committee members to expand on their engagement, that is something we would have to identify. They wouldn't sort of come up on, they're really adhering to the bylaws and what we've already asked for them. If there's a new ask, then that's something that we as a board could look at.
It's not necessarily expansion of what their duties are. It's just a matter of knowing what school financing is.
So I'm sure Mr. Fagan goes through that orientation very thoroughly, and I'm seeing a lot of nods here from committee members that orientation does take place. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir, for any further questions or comments? I'd like to just also further highlight the student representatives. I think that was very, very helpful, and it does sort of sync with a lot of the board priorities that I've identified personally in the past as well, and things that I would like to look at. So I think this is also a good opportunity perhaps to get some additional input for us board members from Ms. Penna. If we can maybe get a board communication and really look at what the student representatives discussed here in this report, and if you can just sort of expand on what would be feasible or not feasible, or what, just to get some more additional information on some of these items that the student representatives have identified. I think that would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, next we have public hearing action items, and there are none. So we are moving on to discussion items. I would like to call on Ms. Kathy Hamilton, who will present the EGUSD graduate profile.
Well, I'd say a thank you to Mr. May, but he must have gone back behind the panel for restoring our PowerPoint. Greetings, board members. Congratulations, President Singh Allen. Hello, Ms. Hine. I'm here tonight to talk to you about Elk Grove's draft graduate profile. We're bringing it forward tonight for your review and discussion, questions that you may have. And then our goal is to bring it back to you again on January 6th for adoption. So as you know, the LCAP incentivizes schools that pay close attention to outcomes associated with the state's 8 priority areas, including college and career readiness. A 2014 study by Stanford calls for the development of performance indicators tied to college and career readiness. And a graduate profile will be one means by which Elk Grove Unified School District can identify these indicators. The graduate profile would help us identify through our community a set of student outcomes that define what all graduates should know and be able to do in order to be prepared for post-secondary education, career, and civic participation. The objectives of the graduate profile are to integrate academic 21st century and workplace knowledge and skills, to measure and validate skills through direct observation or evidence, such as performance tasks that are expected through the Common Core standards, to apply measures across multiple grade levels, subjects, and pathways via district-wide benchmarks, and ultimately to demonstrate to our post-secondary and business partners that an Elk Grove graduate has the top qualities and skills and dispositions that they are demanding. We know that our higher education partners and employers are looking for more than a mastery of content knowledge. They are looking for non-cognitive or non-academic skills as also being essential for success. You might ask, why a graduate profile? Why have we developed one? One reason is the commitments that we've already established as a district through our mission to provide a learning community that challenges all students to realize their greatest potential. Through our instructional delivery model, E4, which states that every student is learning in every classroom, in every subject, every day. And also through our LCAP strategic goals that focus on high-quality classroom instruction and curriculum, instruction guided by assessment, equal opportunities to learn, and programs and services designed to inform and involve family and community members. All of this work leads to one outcome, that we have college and career-ready graduates. And so bridging those steps from the work that we are doing to that outcome, we have a graduate profile that has been informed by the work that we've been doing for over the past year for linked learning. The graduate profile helps point the way to how we prepare college and career-ready graduates. Another motivator for the development of a graduate profile are local, national, worldwide economic and workforce development changes. A number of factors tell us that it is not enough to prepare a student who has mastered rigorous academics. We know that through the globalization of the workforce and the economy and the new classes of occupations that are emerging, that skills will be needed that include communication, technological proficiency, problem solving, flexibility, initiative, adaptability, and creativity. So how did we develop this graduate profile? The profile was developed by a broad-based group of internal and external stakeholders as part of the district's linked learning efforts to expand local and regional structures to support students' readiness for college and career. You can see the diversity of the representatives that were part of this work as we developed the graduate profile. We've also vetted the profile and made changes along the way with input from our secondary and elementary principals, secondary counselors, pre-K-12 directors group, and the superintendent's cabinet. The feedback was uniformly positive. And along the way, we've collected a number of questions that are indicated on this slide that will help us guide our next steps towards the development of measurable benchmarks that will help us know that our students have achieved the goals of the graduate profile. Some of the questions that were asked have to do with sustainability, measurability, to ensure that the indicators will actually be measurable across all grade levels, alignment with Common Core, alignment with the district's social and emotional welfare initiatives. We will be keeping these questions in mind as we continue our work. All right, so what is it? The outcomes included in the graduate profile encompass a set of academic, career, and 21st century knowledge and skills, productive dispositions, behaviors, and engagement strategies to navigate the worlds of higher education, career, and civic life. Let's take a closer look at our 6 graduate profile outcomes and their respective indicators. So, the graduate profile states that a graduate of Elk Grove Unified School District will be able to think and plan. A thinking student will be a creative problem solver who analyzes problems by exercising critical thinking to formulate and ask pertinent questions, develop solutions using innovative, inventive, and intuitive ideas and approaches, and utilize resources and processes necessary to solve problems. A planning student or graduate will be self-aware, self-reliant, and self-disciplined, and will demonstrate this by possessing and applying skills necessary for living independently, setting and meeting realistic, measurable goals, making adjustments as needed, articulating strengths, weaknesses, abilities, and limitations as these apply to achieving plans and goals after graduation, and managing and balancing time, resources, and responsibilities. A graduate of Elk Grove Unified also will be able to connect and communicate. A graduate will connect by demonstrating that he or she is technically literate, by demonstrating mastery of technology necessary for college and career success, exhibiting willingness to learn and utilize new technology, and understanding the evolving role of technology in industry and society. A communicating graduate will be able to communicate and collaborate, as demonstrated by articulating thoughts and ideas in all forms of communication, oral, written, and nonverbal, by reading, listening, and observing effectively, and by relating to and collaborating with diverse groups to achieve a common purpose. Finally, a graduate of Elk Grove Unified will be able to engage and act. The engaged graduate will be engaged in his or her community. That student will demonstrate knowledge about school, local, and global issues, respect cultural differences, and participate in diverse school and community organizations willingly and cooperatively. An acting student will have integrity, as demonstrated by making commitments and keeping them, giving full effort, taking responsibility for actions, and acting with honesty, authenticity, and sincerity. So what's next? As I mentioned, we will develop benchmarks. Coming this spring, we will hold a series of meetings with a number of our stakeholders to get their input on a series of measurable benchmarks that will go across a range of grade levels, perhaps 3rd grade, 6th grade, 8th grade, 10th grade, and 12th grade. These benchmarks will act as a rubric that will allow us to measure that the students are actually progressing toward becoming the Elk Grove graduate that we envision. Among the stakeholders that we'll develop, that we will involve include our business community, our higher education partners. Within the district, we will include representatives from pre-K 6, secondary education, counselors, and our partners in the student services and special education departments. As per the last conversation that just happened, it occurred to me that we also need to involve students. As part of our work, we will make sure that our benchmarks are aligned with Common Core and social and emotional learning initiatives. In addition to the graduate profile, I'm also offering you a revised linked learning update timeline. As I said, we'll be back on January 6th, I hope, to seek your approval of our graduate profile. On January 23rd, we will be hosting our 4th annual Map Your Future, 4th, 5th, I don't know, Map Your Future Career Exposition. This year, we're excited. It's going to be at the Falls Event Center. The Falls is donating the center for our use, and we're really excited about that opportunity, so please join us. In February, we will start the work on the graduate profile benchmarks. In late spring, we hope to bring you our linked learning master plan for review and approval. And then in early fall, we hope to have a Ford Next Generation Learning coming out to designate our community as Ford NGL aligned. And that's it. I will take your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. I want to applaud our staff for all of their great work. As one of the stakeholders that is involved in this process, I can tell you it's very collaborative and it's very, very diverse. And I've enjoyed talking to the various stakeholders about the value of their input, and they really do feel that it has been collaborative, and a lot of all of their comments and questions has been captured in our plan. So I applaud you and our staff for all of your great work. So I'll open it up for questions and comments, and we'll start with Mr. Perez.
Will civic engagement be part of this?
Civic engagement?
Yes, voting?
Yes, civic engagement would come in it could come in through the engage category. A graduate of Elk Grove Unified will be able to engage. And that will be, we'll need to flesh it out.
Okay.
You know, what does it look like? What does it mean?
Okay.
What is we need to provide, the meat that we can measure.
Okay. And you heard that we need life skills.
How about that?
Okay. Would these new community stakeholders be responsible for career readiness at, like, for instance, Elk Grove High School is doing right now? Would they be responsible to coordinate these career readiness or college preparedness workshops that, like Elk Grove's having this month throughout the district?
The graduate profile specifically and the community stakeholders involved in that are not involved with the implementation of any program at school sites. That is still the purview of the secondary education department. We're doing some of it through our California Career Pathway Trust work, which I'm going to be bringing back to you in another agenda item tonight, and then school sites with their own discretionary funds. So it's a combined effort. I hope a lot of it does get funneled through my department and that it is aligned to the graduate profile.
Well, it looked like it would be in your department.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Martinez-Leary?
Hi, I just had a couple questions. One, under the graduate profile, the plan, will you be incorporating the career exploration piece and also the career planning component for the students?
Yeah. And again, that's going to be more the purview of our California Career Pathway Trust work than it is specifically of the graduate profile, but it's all part and parcel of the same work.
Okay, and then a second comment, I know Los Rios had a Next Steps program, Next Skills, to help train the youth, and they actually get a certificate out of that program. So is that something you may align with?
That actually is something that, well, our adult ed principal, Karen, you want to wave? Our adult ed program currently does Next Skills and Next Skills Prep for students through our SETA Training Center. We have looked at also the possibility of integrating Next Skills as one of the curricula that are available to our high schools for college and career readiness. As you can imagine, there are a plethora of resources available. We haven't settled at this point with our CPT work on a specific one. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Lee?
You know, I'm just curious, is there any collaboration with the Stripes program at ARC?
With the which program?
Stripes?
Stripes.
Trades, yeah.
Is that the building careers and trades
Right.
apprenticeship? Again, I'm going to refer that back to our CPT work.
I see.
And they are, ARC, Los Rios in general, are totally part of the collaborative that we have developed through the CPT work.
Okay. Second, part of this is I'm going to be calling you quite a bit. Some of the things that, I've discovered while out in the campaign trails is talking to folks. One of the selling features, obviously, is our academies. And we do a pretty darn good job. I think it needs to be highlighted even more so, certainly from the city of Elk Grove standpoint. And so keep my number on speed dial.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I'll look for it. Okay.
Mr. Fortino?
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. In your presentation, you mentioned a couple of areas that we've discussed in the past, I think, are just huge areas. And perhaps they're going to come to us at some point in time. If not, I would love to see them come to us. The first is alignment. The work that you do, and we've discussed this publicly and privately, the work that you do is wonderful with respect to the opportunities being provided to kids. And how does it align to all our other wonderful efforts that we're doing? And I really need to see that. The other one, which is equal in importance, and you mentioned the word also, is sustainability. If we don't have a plan to keep something good going, then I suppose you could question why start it. And I recognize how the grant process works. I recognize the efforts we need to make, but on the front end, it's really, really important to know how on the back end you will keep it going. And to me, that really then says that a planning process document needs to come forward that shows not only the educational relationships, but the fiscal relationships and the plan we have to sustain efforts that we start. So no specific questions. I know you understand those, but I think that as we go forward with these programs that are having positive results, we have to have an understanding how do they relate to everything else? How are we going to keep them going?
I'll look to your direction and guidance to help answer some of those questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Madison?
Yeah, I really don't have any questions. I just want to comment. I know the many hours and the days you put in. I was part of that process as well. And the wonderful teachers, the business community, just countless times and hours they put in. I think this is a very good program, and I'm very optimistic that we're going to turn out some really good students. And I want to thank really the teachers, too, that put a lot into it. And Susan Hubbard back there, and Karen, I want to thank you as well, too.
Thank you.
Ms. Albiani?
I have no comments. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just, some follow-up comments. When we go to CSBA and some of our new board members, you'll notice there's tremendous amount of respect by all school districts and all of the great work we do. And this particularly is one of our, one of those things that we can really boast about, of the things that school districts can improve on and learn from what we're doing. So when you go there next week, you'll be getting a lot of accolades from your colleagues throughout the state, and they'll really be talking a lot about our academies. And I do agree with Mr. Lee. I think that we don't boast about them enough. So I'm very excited about that. And then also, I'm, as one of the stakeholders, as part of the group, I'm also looking forward to seeing some of those benchmarks and how we can measure those outcomes. So thank you again for all of your good work.
Thank you.
Okay, next is revision to Board Policy 1312.3, Uniform Complaint Procedures. I'd like to call on Mr. Mike Daisy.
Thank you very much. Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Hoffman, Ms. Hine, thank you very much for allowing me to present on this subject. The first area that I want to discuss is the proposed changes to the uniform complaint procedures. Before I get into the details of that, though, I want to give a little bit of an overview of the complaint procedures in the district. And without overly complicating it, we actually have 2 complaint procedures. We have a complaint procedure that's used for filing complaints against employees, and that's Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 1312.1. And that's actually the one that we use for probably about 90% of the complaints. That, an example of that would be a parent, for instance, who files a written complaint saying that the secretary at the school site was rude to her, or it could be any myriad types of things, but those would typically be handled either by a principal or by a director in either secondary or elementary education. Sometimes it might, human resources might be involved in that. But those are, that complaint procedure is, has been on the books for 20, 25 years and typically is used to handle kind of the more, what I would call run-of-the-mill complaints. And typically it would also be used to handle employee-to-employee complaints, even including serious complaints like sexual harassment or discrimination type claims. We would still investigate under the complaints against employees. And so I just want you to be aware that that complaint procedure is out there. And one of the differences between that complaint procedure and the uniform complaint procedures we're going to talk about is that the appeal process under the complaints against employees is actually up through the district. So after a complaint is filed and it's investigated by an administrator, if the complainant is not happy with the outcome, their appeal is to the superintendent or to the designee, which would often be one of the associate superintendents. And then if they're still not happy, they have a right to file what's a discretionary appeal or file a request with the board to hear the appeal, and it's then discretionary with the board as to whether or not to hear that. I think it's reflective of the strong commitment this district has to resolving complaints in a proactive and productive manner. That the last time that I'm aware of a complainant filing a request to have the board hear an appeal under that complaint procedure was in about 2002, and then that was ultimately settled or resolved by then Assistant Superintendent Pat Harecki, who was the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources at that time. So a lot of work's done in the areas of complaints. A lot of the directors, particularly at the secondary education and elementary education work, spend a large amount of their time dealing with complaints. It could be parents that are unhappy. Typically, parents that are unhappy would be a large majority of the complaints that they deal with. So I just wanted to give that by way of background, because then I'll segue into the uniform complaint procedures. The uniform complaint procedures are complaint procedures that are mandated by the state, and they're mandated for use in specific areas, and primarily complaints that are alleging that there have been violations of the law or the district's failed to follow the law in regard to certain categorical programs, and also are used to address complaints of discrimination or sexual harassment involving students. So that could be a complaint that a student has sexually harassed a student, that an employee has sexually harassed a student, but typically there would be, we use them for students. And as I said before, employee-to-employee complaints, we would still use the other complaint procedure. But this is a complaint procedure that's mandated by the state. It has very technical requirements. Typically, we're back before the board about every 2 or 3 years asking for changes to be made, and those are changes that are driven by the state. We met with Mr. Lee, who was very helpful, and he suggested that in presenting this, that I put in, highlight in yellow, the proposed changes, and that should be in your packet, and I'm going to refer to that. But first I want to also give you 2 things. One, typically and sorry if I get away from the microphone, typically we try to present this to you in as pristine a fashion as we can, where this is the final product. We're right in the middle of an FPM review right at the moment, so we're going back and forth with the state. So the policy that I have before you is about 98% there, but I've been in a dialogue since this was submitted to the board back and forth with the state, and we're going to make some minor changes that will be done before the second reading, and I'll highlight those as we go through. Is everybody looking at a copy of the proposed policy? The other thing I wanted to explain is that we typically follow the CSBA format. Question? No. We typically follow the CSBA format.
Do we have any copies available? Because I see some heads there of people that might want a copy. So if we can make a few copies available for the public, that would. Thank you.
Do you want to try to put this on here? Sorry I didn't put this in a slide presentation. While we're working on that, I just wanted to explain, typically we use the CSBA model, and we've had a board policy and an administrative regulation 1312.3. CSBA just recently released their updates to the uniform complaint procedures on actually Halloween Day, October 31st. We looked at that, and it was CSBA's has greatly expanded their board policy and administrative procedure. At this point, it would have gone up to about 18 pages. They also expanded the applicability of the uniform complaint procedure beyond what was required by law, which was going to have some spillover effect. So the recommendation is we're now using a model that CDE puts on their website. And so it's gone to the CDE model, so we would be eliminating the old CSBA model, the board policy and the administrative regulation, and adopting this as a new board policy, and it's more concise than the CSBA model. Looking at the first page, what I've done is tried to highlight, even though we've gone to a completely different model, a lot of the language is the same, but what I've tried to highlight in yellow is the new changes that are reflected in the new policy. If you look at the first page, one of the things that's been added is that the uniform complaint procedures will now be applicable to the LCAP program, and we're not sure exactly what that's going to look like in practice, but we will now, if complaints come in about the failure to follow the procedures, or the implementation of the LCAP program, that will now be subject to the uniform complaint procedures. If you look down towards the middle, it's a list of the categorical programs that are subject to the uniform complaint procedures. LCAP has been added as a program there. About 2 years ago, the uniform complaint procedures were expanded to be applicable to student fee cases. Parents, students that were alleging that they were charged student fees in violation of state law. They've expanded the language and definitions related to student fees. The lower half of page A is reflects the expanded definition of what a student fee is, and again, this is language that's been mandated by the state. If you look at page B, the number B is next to the number at the top. On the second page, there is a new section that, again, is mandated by the state that identifies what kind of complaints are not subject to the uniform complaint procedures. And this is actually language taken out of a state regulation and includes things such as allegations of child abuse, health and safety complaints regarding a child development program. They list employment discrimination complaints and say they should be sent to the State Department of Fair Employment and Housing. We're going to be interpreting that fairly narrowly because the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, Equal Employment, and EEOC require that we have internal complaint procedures that we use to address employment discrimination complaints. So we're interpreting that primarily to be applied to situations where it's clear that the complainant was trying to file a complaint with the Department of Fair Employment and Housing and sent that to us by mistake. There is an expanded language towards the bottom of the page that if, in regard to complaints of noncompliance with laws related to pupil fees, if the district determines that finds merit in that complaint, a remedy will be provided to all affected parents, pupils, parents, and guardians that where applicable will include reasonable efforts by the district to ensure full reimbursement to all affected pupils, parents, and guardians. Again, that's language that's mandated by the state for the policy. And that's going to also be expanded to say within 1 year. So there's a 1-year limitation period, and that would be reflected on the net policy the next time it's submitted. On the, actually the top of the page, on page B, there's going to be some minor wording changes on that. It lists the various listed categories that are protected for discrimination complaints, including things like age, ancestry, color, ethnic group identification. We'll be adding genetic information in that, and there's also some wording changes that I've been in contact with CDE about. So this is basically wordsmithing on how this is going to read. If you go to page C, again, there's a listing of the compliance officers for the various categorical programs, and there's an addition of a reference to the LCAP program. And a minor change is that student fee complaints under our old policy were filed with the associate superintendents, and those will now be filed with the principal of a school, and that's consistent with, again, what the state's requiring. Another reference to LCAP on that page. Page D is pretty similar to what we have. Again, a reference to student fee complaints being filed with the principal. There will be, in terms of filing a complaint, there will be a sentence added indicating that the student fee complaints are again limited by a 1-year limitations period. So again, some minor changes in this, but not changing the substance. And those will be made before the second reading. If you go to the last page, page F, this is a completely new section. This is not mandated by the California Department of Education. This is a section that's been added as part of a negotiation between the district and the Office of Civil Rights regarding a complaint that was filed with our special education program. Mr. Cerruti and outside counsel, Kathy Holmes from Best and Krieger, have been negotiating a settlement with the Office of Civil Rights, and it concerns, there's language concerning how the district will deal with oral complaints. The Office of Civil Rights, and I wasn't directly involved in the negotiations, but the Office of Civil Rights was basically taking the position that the district should use the uniform complaint procedures to address oral complaints. The district was saying, no, they have to be reduced to writing, and this is kind of a mid-level point that tries to address how the district will respond to oral complaints. CDE hasn't taken a position or hasn't expressed a concern with this, but this is a whole page that's really being added because of some negotiations by and between the district and the Office of Civil Rights. That should be final also, but I talked to Ms. Holmes yesterday, and she said that she's been in conversation with the attorney for the Office of Civil Rights, who may want just some minor additional language added to that. So this was what was negotiated. I think the attorney was saying his supervisor now wants some additional language. So I'm anticipating some minor language to that. I'll again reflect any changes to that on the second reading. There's 3 pages of legal citations. That's not actually in the CDE site. We're still using that out of the CSBA model, but it shows the various statutes, regulations, both federal and state, that drive the uniform complaint procedures. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Daisy. I'll open this up for board discussion, comments? Nope. Anybody? Okay. All right, we'll move on to the next item. Mr. Daisy, you're back up.
Thank you very much. This one will be much shorter. We're proposing a change to Board Policy 5145.3. 5145.3 is the student non-discrimination, harassment, intimidation, and bullying policy. If you look on this, we have I've attached the old CSBA policy, and on page A, which should be the first document in there, we're eliminating a paragraph and suggesting that we add a paragraph, and that paragraph would be consistent with, and I've attached the statute, a change to Education Code Section 221.5. 221.5 was amended to add a subsection F. A copy is in your packet, but it states that a pupil shall be permitted to participate in sex-segregated school programs and activities, including athletic teams and competitions, and use facilities consistent with his or her gender identity, irrespective of the gender listed on the pupil's records. This was passed last year, was effective at the start of this year, and the recommendation is that we add the language from the statute verbatim in the policy, with the additional language that any student may request the use of private or unisex restroom facilities for increased privacy, and the district endeavors to protect the privacy of all students. So in essence, our old policy was not consistent with this, and the recommendation is just to take the language of the statute and include it in the policy.
Okay, any questions from board members? I just have I have a question and then a comment. And I think I'll deal with the comment first. You know, we just had talked about making copies of the graduate profile. Now we're looking at the changes to board policy, and I think it's going to be so nice when we arrive at the place where everything is online and people could then address changes immediately. Given that we go ahead and approve the recommended changes, and I can't imagine why we wouldn't do that, since it's mid-year, how do we then provide the input of change to administrators primarily and others that might be affected?
Two ways. One is we already went ahead and included this language because in the law in the parent and student handbook. So we're getting ahead of the board in that sense. But because it was state law, that was added to the non-discrimination.
Yeah, I understand that piece. If I'm a principal at a school site and I hear that the board has made changes in a policy that's going to impact me, how do I learn about that? That's the question I was asking you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's actually been a memorandum that's gone out to all the principals and vice principals, about a 10-page memorandum on this, along with some training on this particular issue that was supplied by Sloan Simmons from Lozano Smith. So there's also, Dr. Kruger is.
I'd like to address that question as well. So, in fact, I was having a conversation earlier about that. As we get policy changes such as this, we do update our public folders, which is available to all employees. However, we do an extensive effort with our principals at principals meetings and going over it with them. Anything that's related to this particular topic, we would also and are in the process of presenting teacher guidelines so that there is we're limiting the amount of ambiguity, and we're giving specific guidelines that teachers can use as well as administrators in interpreting these policies at their sites. The other thing that we are working on, even though we do have access for all employees to board policies on our public folders, is providing an email link anytime there are board policy changes so that someone can just go on to a link and access it somehow. So that's something that we're developing as well. So does that answer your question?
Thank you, Dr.
Okay.
Kruger. Thank you, Mr. Daisy.
Thank you. And
Any further questions by the board?
Just-
Mr. Perez.
Was California School Board Association, did they give any input on this?
Yes, they did. Actually, the CSBA put out a proposed policy on this and have adopted an administrative regulation that addresses, the board policy doesn't address it, but they have done a proposed administrative regulation that includes about 4 or 5 pages that's addressed to this issue. This district chose to develop internal guidelines, which have already been issued to the principals and the vice principals, which is about 10 pages long and really covers all of the issues we believe that are in the CSBA.
So you're saying it's more thorough
Ours is longer, correct?
than CSBA's recommendation?
I think it's as thorough as, or if not more, correct.
You mentioned that we are going on through some reviews right now. Would those reviews reflect maybe possible policy change to this?
We've advised them that this is being recommended, but it hasn't been approved yet.
Okay. I don't think you understood my question. During your presentation, you mentioned we are going through a legal review.
The FPM review, the Federal
I
Program
don't know,
Management?
you didn't mention what it was, but I'm wondering if that review will affect this policy.
It's possible, but we haven't gotten the feedback on that yet. They're also looking at educational equity, so they're looking at our non-discrimination policies.
Education equity?
Educational equity, correct. So they're looking at the district's policies for non-discrimination, sexual harassment. They look at a number of different areas, including some of the federal programs.
So what about the Department of Office of Civil Rights, the federal? Did we get any input on that?
About this particular policy?
Yes.
No, but as far as I know, they have not expressed a concern in this area.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Very good job.
Mr. Lee, I believe you had a question?
Actually, I have a comment. I just want to thank the both of you for taking time and going over this policy with me. I have a deep appreciation for somebody who has the aptitude to understand legalese, and I think you summed it up in terms in which I was able to understand. So I want to thank you, Mr. Daisy, and I want to thank you, Dr. Kruger, for facilitating this meeting that we had. Great work. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Just as a matter of record keeping, and this may not be the time, but for the second reading, we may ask that this be placed on the 20th calendar because I'm out of town on the 6th. But I'll talk to Ms. Hine about that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Daisy, for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
One final request. Can I have information on the educational equity issue? Some information on that, please?
To what he just presented?
Yes,
Information regarding?
The education equity issue that you mentioned.
When the state comes in, they look at all of our board policies on discrimination, sexual harassment in the student area. They also look at our employee policies. They look at our posters. They'll look at our employment posters. They look at the Student Support and Health Services has issued posters to all sites that talk about non-discrimination, sexual harassment, bullying, uniform complaint procedures. They'll look at our website that we list all of our policies on the website. So they basically go through and look at everything. They'll also go to individual schools. They'll look at, do they have posters up? How do they advise? They'll look at our parent and student handbook. It's really quite a thorough review of the whole district policies and procedures.
Yeah, that's right. Do we have our website, is it up to standards for the disabled community?
Actually, it has, the website A couple of different areas. The website has all of our non-discrimination policies, both employee and student. Has all of our sexual harassment policies. It has both of our complaint procedures. It lists the 4032, which is the employee ADA statute or disability accommodation statute. There's also, it does have language regarding the ADA. The other thing is risk management has a whole website regarding the ADA on the district's website. So if you go in through risk management.
So I'm talking about, okay, yeah, I understand we have that. I think we do a very good job on that. But I recall when I used to work for the state of California, that we were questioned regarding of access for the disabled community. Can they access our websites? Is it like
So, Mr. Perez, the item on the agenda is actually very specific, so that we're getting off topic, so maybe we can have that discussion.
Whatever, but it's a special program or special ed issue, and we have disabled people out there, and can they access our web page information?
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
yes,
I
and
just
so.
want to bring that to your attention. That's just
Okay.
point of information. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Daisy. Okay. Next, I would like to call up Mr. Rich Fagan for the proposed changes to Finance Committee bylaws.
Good evening again. As the Finance Committee, as we were kind of winding down this year, we had the students in, and we were looking, I think it might have been part of Mr. Fortina's request for the committee to review the new board policy, budget development board policy. We noticed some, just some technical corrections that we wanted to recommend, the committee wanted to recommend to the board, because it's your committee and your bylaws. And I'll just walk the board through them real quick. On the first page of the committee, under Article 4, membership, it talked about one student representative appointed by each comprehensive high school is how it read originally, and we have for the last couple of years invited the alternative ed high schools as well. So we went to strike the word comprehensive from the bylaws because we in fact do invite all high schools, comprehensive or alternative education high schools, to send representatives to the meetings. And then there were some numbering corrections that we're recommending to change. It just, I think they were missed the last time we went through and we didn't correct some of the numbering, so that the numbering now in Article 4, Section 1, under committee members non-voting, it just continues on from the voting members above, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so it makes sense. And then out on the side, the number, we corrected the number 13 out there as well. On the second page, the committee will serve 2 staggered terms which commence on originally February 1. Well, the committee has begun meeting, and this was, as we talked about the review for next month of the board policy, the committees have been starting in January. So we've already got the letters out to be sent out for the board members to renew, because all of the individual board members and superintendent appointees are renewing. Terms end this month and will need to be renewed or reappointed, and the new members will get their first ones. The board at large ones are on the alternating years, so theirs expire every year, so that, and it's not in a year where there's a board election, so we don't have a issue with new board members come on to appoint the board members at large. So you'll all be getting letters if they haven't already. What's that?
They will be receiving.
Yes, right. And so those will be coming out for you to reappoint or appoint new members. So we expect to have a full contingency, perhaps with the exception of Mr. Lee, we do the January meeting, but we'll certainly still have a quorum, and then after February, we would expect to have that. So the change of in Section 2, Article 5, Section 2, to say the first meeting of the calendar year, and that's as scheduled by the committee itself. And then on the last page, which is the Finance Committee operating rules, under meetings, student representatives will be invited to attend. Originally, it said all meetings, but they are invited to attend 2 meetings of the Finance Committee each calendar year. And so that really just changes the rules, and operating rules and the bylaws to match what the committee's been doing, and I think the board's aware of all the changes that they're recommending. So I'd hear comments and ask the board to approve the changes.
Okay, we'll open up to board comments and questions. We'll start with Mr. Perez. Thank you. Dr. Martinez-Alieri? Mr. Lee?
No questions or comment?
Mr. Forcina?
Don't want to disappoint. I have several. I think we know that I'm pretty big stickler on process. So the first question, and I would have asked it of Mr. Rommel had he been presenting this, but I will now ask it of you. And I have a series of questions, but the answer to the first question will determine if I need to ask the other questions. And simply is, did the previous board president know that this request was coming forward?
I couldn't say. We had put it on an agenda and pulled it because when the Finance Committee met last month, we found some other technical corrections that are part of these new changes. So I couldn't say if she saw this actual version of it.
Okay. To me, it's a pretty important issue because the Finance Committee is a committee of the Board of Education. No one else's committee. And so if changes are going to be proposed by the committee, then the changes need to go through the board president, certainly copied to the superintendent, but they really need to go through the board president. Otherwise, we have committees that are acting independent of the body that's appointed them. So that's just a pretty important thing to me. When Ms. Allen and I worked on the revisions to the Finance Committee bylaws, we had one purpose in mind, and that was to enhance and strengthen the document. And I think we all know that we went through some pretty dark days in getting those changes. But with respect to the item under committee members non-voting, I can guarantee you that was just an oversight on our part not to look at that being expansive. However, you bring up a good point, and so I want to bring up an issue for all the board members because we'll be looking at making changes. And that is, if indeed we are going to expand the invitations, then I believe it should be all-inclusive, and those invitations should also go to the charter school, should go to adult ed, and should go to Jesse Baker, especially Jesse Baker. I wouldn't preclude that there's no one there who can benefit from participation and or provide information. So I would personally, as we discuss it, would suggest that we add an additional 3. With respect to the first meeting in September, that's fine. That's not an issue. But my question is, relative to operating rules on the last page, since we are inviting the student representatives, why invite them to only 2 meetings as opposed to having an open invitation? What's the thinking?
Public meetings, so they're welcome to attend. However, we want to dedicate a specific time to them in the meetings, and generally speaking, the other meetings that we have might not be, I mean, first of all, it's, when we invite an associate superintendent in, it runs over, well over the time we generally plan for it. And so the idea is that we can focus those 2 meetings specifically on those student needs.
Then the language needs to change to specify that, because the only change is that they're going to be invited to 2 meetings as opposed to what you just indicated, which is an opportunity to focus on student need. So that language needs to change, because you're not inviting. You are inviting, but it's with a specific purpose, right?
They are the topic of that evening.
They're the topic, so that's all I'm saying.
It might be facilities or something else.
So yeah, so
this
cleanup language.
it just needs to clean.
But this is the first time that the Finance Committee has brought anything to the board.
Right.
So the process is really being developed as you speak,
Right.
as the board gives the finance committee direction.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I'm just saying if the purpose is to focus on students, then we just need to have the language that says that as opposed to they're just being invited. Thank you.
Mr. Madison, any questions or comments?
No, I really don't.
Ms. Albiani?
I don't understand if we should make a motion to change this at this
No,
point?
this is just, we're only in discussion. There's no action tonight. So that would come back.
Then I'm fine, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fagan. All right, now we are on 16, discussion action items. Procedure for filling board member vacancy, and I'm going to call on Superintendent Chris Hoffman to make the presentation.
Mr. Fagan's going to use the technology there and throw the PowerPoint up. I did bring a backup copy in case, so that's coming down right now. And there are a few copies, if anyone in the audience, but it should be up on the screen here before long. We're hoping. Oh, we changed we're back to the projector. There we go. Easy. Winner, winner, there we go. Okay, thank you for your assistance, Mr. Fagan. So what we're here to talk about is the filling of the vacancy with Mr. Lee's election to the Elk Grove City Council. The board has the opportunity to make a decision about how they want to fill that vacancy. Basically, you have two options to be able to work through that. If you see, when I did this presentation, we anticipated Mr. Lee's resignation, but we've actually received Mr. Lee's resignation, and that will go into effect tomorrow, December 10th. And if you have the opportunity to go by and see his inauguration into office, I plan on being there. So that'll be official tomorrow. So as far as that works, as soon as we get that date, there's 60 days for the board to fill the position. And there's a couple of opportunities to do that. The one is through a provisional appointment. The other way is if we wanted to do a special election. And the board has full discretion to make a decision in either way, whether they want to do election or provisional appointment. And looking at the 60-day piece, that will start with the December 10th date, and that will take us through February 8th. We need to have somebody in place and in the seat. Otherwise, the county superintendent will start working on it for us. If we wanted to do a special election, there are a number of processes that we would need to go. First thing would be to contact the elections office and let her know we wanted to make the election. And then that process we put in place with the county superintendent. And then we would also, whenever that person filled the position, they would fill the remainder of the term. And in this case, that would go through November of 2016. The other option is if we wanted to do a provisional appointment. That authority rests completely with the board. And again, same period of time would be November 16th of 16 would be when the board would allow that person to fill the position. The tricky part comes into the process and how the whole piece works and related to the cost of an election. And as you saw in the communication that I sent to you earlier and in this communication, you see the election might run us as much as $1 million if we were to do an election process. If we do a selection process by which the board wants to do an appointment, that process is spelled out here, which would allow for advertisement in local media. And that's why we're bringing it to you today, a day ahead of when Mr. Lee is actually leaving this particular position, because we want to be able to start that advertisement in the papers over the winter break, run into January, which will give us a timeline of hopefully filling the position around January 27th, and the board will have an opportunity to pick an exact date, but we work backwards from January 27th, which would give us enough time to fill the position and still make that appointment prior to our first meeting in February, which would get us ahead of the February 8th timeline. So that's the process that we have in place. So the direction from the board, you basically have two options. The first one is to call for a special election. The second option is to do a provisional appointment process, and if you decide to do that, we would go ahead and start to fill that process as it's spelled out in board policy. The initial piece we would do is the advertisement. When we came back in January, we could have further discussion about some of the questions you'd want about and the actual process, the detailed processes. Tonight, what we need is either a decision to move forward with a special election. We'll contact county office of elections to get that started, or move forward with a provisional appointment.
Thank you, Superintendent, for the presentation. What I'm hearing is almost perhaps two separate motions. One is to address whether or not to have a special election, and depending on the outcome of that vote, then discussing the process, if the board chooses to, on the appointment process. So should we break that up into two?
The board can just make a decision on
Or we can
which way they want. They can have discussion and then
All
decide,
right,
make a
well,
motion.
all right, well, then we will open it up for discussion. And if anybody has a motion, we'll entertain that
I
as
have a
well.
motion that we move to the provisional appointment to fill Mr. Lee's position.
Which I second.
I'd like to discuss it.
Discussion?
Yeah. Trustee Area 6. Which, really is, I wanted an opportunity to address this because I think the problem is bigger than what we see. Yes, this role as a trustee is extremely important because I truly believe that the people should have the voice. They should have an opportunity to actually vote for somebody. I think part of the problem is as our school district grew, what was workable in having a trustee qualified by trustee area and then being elected at large made sense at that time. We are looking at a school district which is large as Northern California, the fifth in the state of California. I think that it certainly couldn't happen in this particular meeting, but I would encourage board members to consider moving and evolving our district to the point in which trustees are elected by trustee areas. The reason why that is important is because coming from me as someone who ran at large, it just really gets to the point where it's just not feasible for somebody who wants to get involved, but just raising the amount of money and developing the machine that will be able to be effective in campaigning. It was certainly overwhelming, and I think that really is the core issue here. I hope that Elk Grove Unified would move in that direction. I think we see it with many of the other school districts, certainly districts of our size that have actually moved in that direction. So that being the case, I certainly want to put it up there, but I am certainly not in favor of spending about $1 million of our children's money for an election. I think that given the situation, I think this presents an opportunity, certainly with this board going in that direction of provisional appointment. I think we have created something that we should model after, specifically the selection of our superintendent. I think it's extremely important to engage the stakeholders. This is a position that I hold core to me, and this is a position in which I presented at City Hall as well. I think that is considering that this would probably go in that direction. I would encourage the board members to engage the stakeholders, engage the PTAs and PTOs, and get their input on the candidates, and provide an opportunity in which you can actually have stakeholders
give some guidance on this. So that's what I would encourage.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any other discussion items?
Yes, I agree with that 100%. We need to comply with the National Voter Registration Act, and we need to do it now. Does anybody know how much it would cost? That's another alternative for Region 6 versus the whole district. I think that would save monies in the district, and all the stakeholders will be part of the process.
That's not an option for us to entertain this evening. What is? What we do have on, is our motion right now is to call for a provisional appointment, and then we can discuss maybe what the process could look like. So let's maybe separate those two items.
Correct.
And so I have a motion and a second for a provisional appointment, so I think we'll do a roll call vote on this. Yes, more discussion?
Yes. Can we suspend the bylaws to do this? I'm asking you, as a parliamentarian, is that possible?
You know, we've also established that we'd like to follow board procedures and protocols.
I'm just
then
questioning.
when do we come up with the, well, as a board, we can vote on a number of items. But we've also set precedents on trying to adhere to our board policies and procedures on all aspects. So these are, some of this I'm sure is a legal question, but for tonight, for this purpose, let's take the vote. We have a motion and a second to do a provisional appointment, and then we'll see where we go with the next part of the discussion. So we'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Hine.
Albiani?
The motion is for a provisional appointment.
Yes. Madison? Singh Allen?
Yes.
Perez?
Yes.
Fortuna?
Yes.
Lee?
Aye.
Martinez? Yes. And Perez?
Yes again.
Okay, and we'll bring back to you, we'll work through the actual process, we'll talk about that in January. And we do have in board policy, there will be less than a quorum of the board that will be involved in doing a review of the candidates, but we'll work through that process with you.
Okay, Mr. Fortuna, you got a question?
Yeah, I have a question. I understand we have by board policy the 60 days, but there's nothing that says we can't expedite the process. Like, why can't we start tomorrow?
Well, we can, but to get to the 60 days, by the time we will, that's why we wanted to bring this tonight instead of waiting until after Mr. Lee, and we would have waited until January or called a special meeting. So the advertisement, but we're going to want to do that for a good solid 3 weeks, especially through a winter break session. We don't want people to think that we just did this during the winter. So working through it, we think January 27th would be about as fast as we'd be able to get a special meeting called in doing a full advertisement, giving the board an opportunity to review the actual applications, make sure the folks are from the area, they meet the qualifications, and then have the board, that group, make the recommendation of which candidates, talk to those candidates, set them up on the date. So there's just a lot of things that need to go in place in order to pull that off.
All right, that's real helpful. Just want to have the person in place as quickly as possible. And I know my next comments, they're off topic. I'm going to make them anyway, though. I've had the notion of looking at electoral process by trustee area in my back pocket for a long, long time. And so it's an item, I think, that its time has come for discussion in terms of merit and cost. So perhaps we can get that on a future agenda item for discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So moving on, item number 17. I'd like to call on Ms. Kathy Hamilton, Sacramento Works Training Center 2014-2015 subgrant.
I'd like to ask Ms. Singh Allen if we can do 17, 18, 19 all together.
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'm here before you again tonight. This time on behalf of our adult education program, I'm asking you to approve 3 resolutions that authorize the extension of grants, subgrants that we have with the Sacramento Employment Training Agency. One grant is to operate the Sacramento Works Training Center at the adult school on Gerber Road. Another is to operate an out-of-school youth program at the adult school. And the third is to provide universal services for youth ages 16 and older in our district, again, based at the adult school, but serving students from throughout the district. These are extensions of ongoing grants, some form of which has been in place in our district for probably 25 years or more. And I'm bringing the resolutions to you for your approval.
Okay, so the motion will be to approve the resolution authorizing SETA's extension of subgrant if the board chooses to do so. Second part of the motion would be to approve the resolution authorizing extension of Title I out-of-school youth program grant. And third, motion to approve the resolution authorizing extension of Title I youth program universal services. Do we want to do them all together, or do we have to do it separately? We can. So that was okay. So I need a motion.
Okay, I'll move approval of resolutions 29, 30, and 31.
Excellent. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Noes, abstentions? Okay. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Hamilton. All right, next I would like to call up Mr. Steve Mate on contract award for voice over internet protocol.
At a mere $500,000.
I'm not going to bring a presentation up here because I don't know if PowerPoint's going to work right.
Thanks, Steve.
Does it work? Does it work?
Good evening, President Singh Allen, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman. I'm here to discuss the request action on the RFP and contract award for Packet Fusion to install ShoreTel's VoIP, or Voice over Internet Protocol, phone system. As you know, that you've received information in regards to the current phone system and voicemail systems that we have in our district. Our current system is out of date and has reached its end of life many years ago. Per your prior authorization, we worked with a VoIP expert consulting firm, Communication Strategies, to help develop an RFP that would meet the needs of the district. We had an initial phase, which we're calling Phase 1, first stage, which is covered by this RFP, to install the core system here at Trigg and at Student Support Center out at Gerber Road. It would also be used to bring on Marion Mix and Dillard Elementary School. We went out to bid for the entire system, including this Phase 1, and received 9 responses. These responses were analyzed, and a short list was developed from that point. A small team then analyzed, reviewed, and got a demonstration of those short lists products. The team selected ShoreTel from Packet Fusion. This small team involved people from all over the district to help find the best product. The product and company was of high quality and had all the features we needed now and in the future. And the cost for this type of phone system was really low. I'm here to answer any questions the board might have, and to ask you to take action to authorize staff to sign and enter an agreement with Packet Fusion.
Thank you, Mr. Mate. Any questions or comments from board?
No.
Okay, I would like to call for a motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Noes? Abstentions? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mate. All right, next I'd like to call Mr. Fagan for item 21, Healthcare Reform Impact Study, request by Joint Healthcare Coalition.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
Jennifer Ballerino, we're the co-chairs for the Joint Healthcare Coalition. It's the district labor management group that works on our health plans every year and the renewals. Because of the Affordable Care Act, we think it's important, and the committee thought it would be important to get kind of a read on a census, if you will, on our census of employees to determine, what kind of impact we might have. It'll give us ideas, as it talks about in the board agenda item, talk about strategic plans on how, to work with the Affordable Care Act, to project, the benefit plan design and any contribution changes that might come up. It's just kind of, right now we're just understanding a little more in depth the Affordable Care Act, but we really don't have a good handle on our employees and the levels of salaries they make and where they fit into the whole package. So the committee has asked us, Jennifer and I, to come speak to the board this evening to ask for discussion. There are no plans to do this. In other words, we don't have a date, but we would like to do it soon into the 2015 year so that we can use it as part of our planning. January 1st of 15 is when the first reads start taking on Affordable Care Act for us, and it begins as of our plan year that starts in July. So we'll start, particularly for some of the non-benefited sub-employees, we'll start tracking that information in January as we go forward. So we're here to hear discussion from the board and take direction from the board this evening or bring it back. And Jennifer?
And we have Cheryl Chedister here from Keenan and Associates if you have any more questions specifically about the Milliman study.
Excellent.
We always bring our experts. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you. I'd like to turn this over now for board member comment or questions. We'll start with Ms. Albiani.
When you say a survey, it is a written survey you're conducting?
This will give them a census, and I apologize, and the request is to approve up to $35,000 of one-time funds to provide it. So we'd provide them a census with our employees' information. Cheryl?
We actually look at the specific population of Elk Grove employees, full-time benefit eligibles, part-time variable hour employees, and based on the demographics of that population, based on their compensation levels, we look at Milliman is an actuarial firm that we are working with to do the analysis, and they'll actually provide projections to the district in terms of impact of healthcare reform to the benefits. It will give them specific information as to eligibility of your variable hour employees that could potentially create some penalty risks for the district if we don't fully understand how many hours they're working, what they're being compensated. So all of those things are factored in. It's an actual analysis of your full census with a summary report that's about just under 50 pages, and it provides actionable data for the Joint Healthcare Coalition members so that they can intelligently put together a strategic plan and how they're going to deal with those impacts. And it's...
That's what she said.
Great. Mr. Madison, did you have any further questions?
No, thank you. That makes it much more clear.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I just comment that I think something like this will benefit our district, the size of our district, because we don't know how this is going to affect us in dollars. So I do support it.
Mr. Forcina.
No specific questions. The data we received is really thorough and explanatory, so thank you.
Mr. Lee.
No questions, thank you.
Dr. Martinez-Leary.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Perez.
Yes. Very good. Excellent program. I've read a lot of studies like this. But how much would it cost to do parents and students in our district to find out how many are under this services?
Well, the ACA, Affordable Care Act, mandates are applicable, and employers have the responsibility to provide a certain minimum level of coverage for a district that has over 100 full-time employees.
Mm-hmm.
It does not have a responsibility to provide coverage for parents of our students or the students themselves. That's certainly a very important point, though. And there are resources that we could provide to our parents and families to help them get access to coverage if they needed that. So that would probably be an off-topic, but certainly is an important consideration.
Right, because I understand that a lot of our employees are parents and they have students within our district, so there might be an overlap, and I would be interested in those issues also.
We wouldn't, if they weren't employees of the district, we wouldn't have the information we need for the study. In other words, we don't know incomes of our parents and those types of things. So it's based, the analysis is based on the employees in the district, and we have that information. We don't have that information for our parents unless they happen to be.
Okay, so what I'm concerned about, how many families out there in our community, in our district, are not covered, and how can we help in that process?
Mr. Perez, that's off subject here on our agenda. Right now, the only thing that we could really discuss and vote on is specific for the healthcare reform impact study. So I think you're asking some additional questions.
Correct.
Which would be good to know, but maybe we can ask those since we're rapidly approaching our 10 o'clock hour and we still have several other action items to get through.
Can I have your card? I had discussion with you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Okay, well, at this time, I would like to call for a motion to approve one-time funding for a healthcare reform impact study.
I make a motion that we approve the one-time funding for healthcare.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Noes, abstentions? Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Very much.
All right, next I would like to call up Ms. Kathy Hamilton once again for the approval of NextEd contract for Career Pathway Trust CPT grant.
All right, good evening, everybody, again. I am here at this point to ask you to review and approve the contract for services between NextEd and the Elk Grove Unified School District. This is, I think, the fourth or fifth contract that I've brought for you associated with our California Career Pathway Trust grant. NextEd is a nonprofit organization affiliated with the Sacramento Metro Chamber of Commerce that works to develop relationships among business, labor, education, community, and government in order to advance regional economic objectives and enhance the academic performance and career readiness of students within the capital region. We are, as we prepared our CPT application, we proposed in that application, which was approved by the state, to work with NextEd to develop two bodies. One, regional CEO champions, and the other, a set of industry roundtables that would represent the sectors of advanced manufacturing and engineering, agriculture and food production, energy and construction, health science and medical technology, and information and communication technology and digital media. I know that's a lot. But these are the sectors that we are focusing on during the implementation of the four-year Career Pathway Trust Grant. In essence, NextEd will be engaging employer partners to provide deeper work-based learning experiences for the students in the 21 academies and pathways that we're serving through our CPT project. You probably remember, except for Ms. Martinez-Alire and Ms. Albiani, that I brought this, it was on the agenda to bring forward at our last meeting, but we withdrew it at the request of NextEd to clarify a question they had about the funding level that we included in the grant. That having been clarified, we're now bringing it forward for your approval.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. I'll open it up for board comments and questions. Does anyone have any questions or comments? All right, hearing nothing, I'd like to call for a motion to approve the contract.
I move to approve the contract with NextEd.
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Nays, abstentions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hamilton.
Thank you again.
All right, next I'd like to call up Dr. Brandon Kruger to present the certificated substitute rate adjustment.
Good evening again, President Singh Allen, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Hine. I'm here tonight to talk to you about our certificated substitute rate and actually ask for your consideration and approval of a rate adjustment. As you may have heard, we have a significant amount and a growing amount of substitute outages in our schools. We do have a pool of over 900 certificated substitutes, but that is an overarching number that includes current teachers who take on other sections as needed at schools, but we also have a significant number of certificated substitutes who just work for us as substitutes. What we're finding, though, is we're looking through data to determine why are we facing such shortages in our classrooms as we're increasing the number of professional development events that we're having teachers participate in. We also still have to maintain substitute coverage for illness and sickness, and we're facing a challenge with that. No district is alone in facing this challenge, but our numbers are growing of unfilled substitutes in classrooms. In doing a comparative analysis of other districts nearby, we have looked at what are the subrates on a daily rate basis, on an extended rate basis, so as many districts offer an additional rate if a substitute teacher works for a number of days, then their rate gets adjusted up to a higher rate. Then we have a long-term substitute rate, and then of course we have, and many districts have, but we have a retired teacher rate, which also covers our off-track teachers who are off-track and come in and provide services. What we've noticed is that looking at our rate over time, this is where we are losing our substitute teachers who actually work for us and are signed up with other districts nearby. Our current rate over time, if a substitute teacher works 85% of a pay period, then their rate goes from $100 to $125. But that's after working 85% of the pay period. When the next pay period begins, they revert back to the $100 a day rate and then again have to accumulate their work time to 85% or more of a pay period in order to attain that $125 a day rate. In looking at other districts who have rates over time, most often there's a number of days that substitute teachers work, the extended rate or the rate over time increases, and then it stays with that substitute teacher as their rate for the remainder of the year. What I'm bringing to your attention and proposing to you is that we adjust our rate over time so that instead of having to readjust it every pay period after they've worked 85%, as soon as a substitute teacher has worked 15 days, then they will receive a $125 rate over time for the remainder of the year. If you have looked at the comparative data, that would at least that would put us in a better comparative rate with the other districts who are currently paying $125 a day. But as we talk to our substitute teachers, they would rather work here in their community, but if they are getting a better daily rate somewhere else, they're going to drive a few miles to get that rate. Right. So I bring to you a proposal to consider and approve an adjustment to the rate over time. And also you have financial information in your packet. Mr. Fagan and I worked on costing this out. An annual cost is approximately $260,000 of an investment for our classrooms.
Thank you, Dr. Kruger. Any questions or comments from colleagues? Yes, Mr. Forcina.
Couple comments, and then I do have a question. You know, thank you for bringing it, Dr. Kruger. I mean, it's long overdue. I know that we have not increased the rate of pay for at least 13 years that I know of, so I know it's probably something beyond that. There is no way that we can plan effectively for staff development if we can't assure that there's going to be teachers in the classroom. And the way in which we've had to unfortunately do it is not acceptable. You recognize that. That's why the proposal's here. But the question I have, I'm looking at my friend back there, is that since this request is coming in after we've approved the budget and it will impact dollars available, can we fund it this year out of unrestricted reserves? Is that an option for us?
For this year, certainly. There's
This year only.
There's millions of
And
dollars
then next year, it would become part of the planning process.
Right. Well, what I'd propose that we do is that we put it maybe as a one-time item on the board priority list as an approved item, similar to the student fees that you've asked us to do, as we bring that priority list to the board. So it's already there, approved at least one time for this year, and then the board can take action as a part of the process, the budget priority process, to approve it on an ongoing basis.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Yeah,
Mr. Madison?
Just have one question. On the, a little over $250,000, and I understand the professional development, what's the absenteeism when we talk about illness and just missing classes?
As far as our
Yeah,
teaching staff?
Yeah.
Well, we talked about this last year. We were using an estimate, I believe, of about 7 days, and we adjusted it mid-year last year, first interim, second interim, to 8 days.
Right.
And that's time, but that doesn't include staff training time. That's personal time, if you will, for the teachers when they're off.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting at is trying to determine, it's like ADA, our percentage of folks coming to work outside of, professional development, and I understand that piece
About 8
of it.
days
too.
out of the 180.
Okay, it's about 8 days. Okay, thank you.
Hey, any further questions?
Well,
Mr.
yes. Pay period, you consider that a month? You
Yes,
said
it's
after 15 days?
So the substitute teacher pay period, it cuts off on the 10th of every month, so it's the 10th to the 10th.
Okay. So after 15 days, a substitute would get 100 to 125?
And it works out, for 85%, it works out to be about the 19th day.
And is there other school districts using this same type of formula or process?
You have the data.
No.
We
No?
have the information.
We're being very progressive?
Let me be specific. They're not using the process. Let me look at my notes here. We're the only school district that resets after the pay period, and then we reset to $100.
And like labor input, we don't need that?
Pardon me?
Good, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'd like to call for a motion to approve certificated substitute rate of pay adjustment.
Yeah, I'd like to move approval of the certificated substitute rate adjustment.
Second?
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. No? Abstentions? Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we are at the 10 o'clock hour, so we need a motion to extend our meeting.
I have a motion to indefinitely suspend the 10 o'clock rule. Because
No.
seriously, let's be serious about this.
He who's leaving us is asking for this.
Well, yeah, but I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, this has happened so many times, and it gets quite silly. I think, certainly in the spirit of trying to expedite, the action items, but it doesn't make any sense to extend it for 30 minutes or what have you. I think in the spirit of trying to get business done, I certainly would encourage the suspension indefinitely.
Well, what we want, though, we had a meeting at 7 o'clock, our old board meetings. Now we have it at 6. I don't want to be here at 12 o'clock. I mean, we can take care of business if there's something here that needs to be done, but to do it on and on, to sit here at 11 and 12 o'clock is beyond.
So I'm not hearing a second here for this?
No, he moved not to. I'll move to extend the time, yeah, for half an hour.
All right, do we have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Next on the agenda, we have action item number 22, annual audit. Mr. Fagan.
Good evening. Again, Education Code 41020 requires an annual audit. So this evening I have our auditor, Matt Nethaway. You'll notice a new face. Mr. Westcoat was here in the past, but Matt has been with us off and on as they're required to switch every so many years, the supervising partner. So Matt, we're very familiar with him, and I'll have him come up and he'll make the presentation for the unaudited actuals.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for allowing me a few moments. I have, through the evening, scaled my 45-minute presentation down to about a minute and a half. And the reason why I can do that is because we were able to meet with the audit committee of the board ahead of time and discuss the results of the audit in great detail. But we thought it was important that we come here today to share those results with you as a board and also be able to answer any questions that you have of me about the audit report or the process that we go through in order to be able to issue the audit report. The auditors look at 4 main areas. We look at internal controls. We look at compliance with state laws and regulations. We look at compliance with federal laws and regulations. And we also look at the financial statements overall. I'm very pleased to tell you that we issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. So we've indicated that the financial statements are fairly presented. I'm also very pleased to tell you that we didn't have any adjustment to those financial statements. So the information that you've received previously and that you've given your approval on is the same information that we got, audited, and ultimately gave our report on. We also have an opinion on federal compliance, which was an unmodified opinion, and we have an opinion on state compliance, which did have 1 slight modification. The reason for that is the state does not have what we call a materiality limit. Anything that you find related to state compliance, and there's a number of areas that are highlighted in the report, has to be included in the audit report regardless of the dollar impact, and so that creates a modification to the report because of that. And as if you'll see in the very back of the audit report, in our findings and recommendation section, we did highlight 1 discrepancy that we found related to some accounting for pupils that had a very minor $7,000 overall impact on the district. But again, the auditors are required by law to put that in the audit report and report that to you. From our perspective, it did not create any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. So we had no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses to point out to you, which we're also required to do in writing in this document. But we did have a couple of minor recommendations in the very back of the document that we've made to the board as well. So with that, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I'd like to answer any questions that you have of me about the audit process or the audit report.
All right. Thank you again for that thorough report here. If everyone should have a copy of this. I'd like to open this up for questions, comments from any of my colleagues. Mr. Perez?
Yes, but I think I have more than 15 minutes of questions. That's an issue with me.
Are those germane to this specific topic, or can you
Correct.
ask some of those offline after the meeting, or ask Mr. Fagan directly?
Well, okay, let me just go through page 4 through 7. Excuse me, page 4 through 12. Page 5, I think there's a clerical error. You have statement of activities. You had June 30th, 2013, and then the next column you have June 30th. Should that be 2014?
Correct.
Okay. And I would like to see some percentages along the side of these because it would have more meaning than I could relate them to the pie charts if possible, if staff could do that.
I'll remind you that the other report that we give you, the full disc, or in your case, you get a binder,
Okay.
has the percentages listed in it.
And with pie charts,
No,
look for.
I make those presentations to you when I make the presentation for the audit.
Okay. Okay, next page, page 6. Financial conditions of general fund. You mentioned we have the district to see a part of the closure of the gap from 17 million to approximately or 294 per 27 per ADA. Now, for what is unrestricted?
What is unrestricted?
Right.
Well, it's
And
it's
that
the
general fund change, is that what
It's the non-categorical programs. It's the programs that don't have restrictions that the board
percent is that?
of total revenue.
Uh-huh.
You know, I don't know. I presented a report at the previous board meeting that had the pie charts that had the revenues and where they came from and the percentages associated with them, but I didn't bring it with me tonight.
Is LCFF about approximately 79% of the fund?
Of the whole general fund?
Uh-huh.
It might be. I'd have to look at my report.
Okay.
Mr. Perez, would it be helpful to have you meet with Mr. Fagan?
No,
afterwards?
let me get to the crux of this thing, information I have here. Let's go to page 10. It says the state new funding formula for school districts called the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, entered its second year of 2014-15, is the most simple form. This new model includes base grant for each student and 2 additional grants, the supplemental and concentration grants. Notice that you had described what concentration grants is in this section. Why didn't you do the meaning of supplemental?
They're the same.
Same?
Yep.
Okay.
You just have to have a higher percentage for the concentration grant.
So you don't define supplemental, and how do we distribute that supplemental?
This is a report on revenues you're looking at right there. You're looking at a report on revenues.
Okay.
The distribution would be the expenditure.
And
That's
is
done
it
through the
possible
LCAP.
that you could give us information how it is distributed by high school, middle school, and elementary schools?
If the board requested it, we sure could, yeah.
Okay, I like that. Okay, because of time, I'm probably most likely would submit some more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Any other questions or comments from colleagues? All right, hearing none, I would like to call for a motion to accept the 2013-14 audit report.
I'll move it.
Here we have a motion and a second. All those in, well, actually, let's do roll call for this.
Yes.
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 Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Oops. Do we want to do these together? Ms. Sanjalari? Revisions to Board Policy 0520.2, Title I Program Improvements District. And item 24, revisions to Board Policy 0520.3, Title I Program Improvement Districts 2, Title I Program Improvement Districts.
Thank you so much. Good evening, President Singh Allen, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Hine. The Board of Education is requested to approve the proposed board policy revisions 0520.2, 0520.3, Title I Program Improvement Districts, and Title I Program Improvement Schools as aligned with the California School Board Association. The existing policies and administrative regulations require that our current policy in these areas be updated. The necessary changes are suggested to follow the board policy made in the 0000 instructional series. Any new or replacement language, as I shared with you last time, are in alignment with the California School Boards Association model policies.
Great. Well, thank you for that presentation, and we're going to tackle both of these together. So I would like to call for a motion to approve these revisions.
I'll approve, or make a motion to approve Board Policy 0520.2 and .3.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No. We've talked about it.
You didn't open it for discussion, Paul. Okay, in this section right here, why isn't there language in regards to LCFF or LCAP funds?
LCFF funds don't apply to title funds. These are Title I funds.
Yes, but I was wondering if, you know, I'm very concerned about duplication of funding, so would there be need to put that in there?
No.
Okay.
LCF funds are state funds, and title funds are federal funds.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Lauer. Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we will call up Mr. Cerruti for observation of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday.
Thank you, Madam President. I respectfully request the board give consideration to resolving that January 19th, 2015 be affirmed a celebration of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday.
All right, I would like to call for a motion to adopt Resolution 32 affirming January 19, 2015.
I move it.
Okay. And do we have a
second it.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Yes, ma'am. We did. Thank you. I like that diligence there. All right, next we have board member and superintendent reports. So we'll open up for our superintendent first.
I will observe time here, but I do have some thank yous and some congratulations that I want to make sure that I do. Ms. Singh Allen, congratulations on the election, and we're very glad to have you back, and congratulations on and serving as our president. I'm looking forward to working with you on that. I want to welcome Ms. Albiani and Dr. Martinez-O'Leary. Glad to have you. I've had our first opportunities to meet, and really looking forward to our work. Mr. Lee, congratulations on your election to City Council. We will miss you here, but I believe the relationship will continue, and so I look forward to that work. And thank you for the opportunity to hang out with you. If you don't know, he has superstar status among the Hmong community, and we went to the Hmong New Year, and it was great, and had a great opportunity to meet a lot of folks, and I appreciate the time you took in doing that. It's been 3 weeks, if you can believe that, since I've officially been on board, and it's been fast and crazy and a lot of fun. I want to say thank you to all of my cabinet folks that have taken the time to introduce me to many of the wonderful people within the district, and those meetings have been great. And right now, in the middle of putting together the schedule to get out to the sites, and looking forward to that as well. And also want to thank the individual board members for the time that you've given me over the past 3 weeks in meeting one-on-one, and look forward to that work moving forward. Thank you.
Ms. Albiani?
My first few hours have been right here with you.
Excellent. I like that report. Mr. Madison?
I just want to personally welcome our 2 new board members. I look forward to working with you, and hopefully we will start a strong team come first of the year. And I did attend the PSA meeting with the State Department of Education Committee last week, and we're rapidly approaching trying to get our new API revised.
Thank you. Mr. Forcina?
Thank you, Ms. Singh Allen. I'll go quickly through the activities that I performed as part of a board responsibility. First one, and they're just really important to mention. First one, and I call this...
Oh, the mic.
Sorry about that. The first activity I attended on behalf of the board, I want to just take a minute to discuss, because it just brings us right back to why we're here and the wonderful benefits derived by the staff we have working. About a month ago now, I served as a core values judge at the first LEGO League tournament that was held at Pleasant Grove High School. First stands for Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology. There were 16 groups, 130 kids from Fort Bragg to Danville, and Elk Grove Elementary had 2 teams. Edna Beta had 1 team, and the Edna Beatty team won and will be going to the finals in the spring at Davis. This is an activity that is an incredible activity. There were thousands of people there, and if I could put in a plug for something that I'll be bringing back in the future, once again it speaks to the value and the importance of having non-coaching stipends. We have so many teachers that put in thousands of hours and classified people for nothing, because we basically pay coaches. and education has, general ed has equal value to sports. The second one, which was very, very important because the board took an action, and I represented the board again about a month ago now, haven't been discussing these in deference of the time. My wife and I attended the Wilton Community Annual Fundraiser, and Mr. Pierce had provided a great deal of information to me, and that, along with the information that I had from the actions that the board took to award the multipurpose room to the Wilton, or excuse me, we're going to award the multipurpose room to the County of Sacramento for use as a community center for the Wilton community, was an action that entire community was really thrilled and appreciative of the fact that they're going to finally have a home. And that's going to be great. It's an example of the kind of partnerships that we can develop. That was our district, that was Supervisor Natoli's office, that was the County of Sacramento Parks Department, and the Wilton History Society and Garden Committee. So wonderful collaboration. And then Mr. Mattis and I, again representing the board, were on the audit committee. So thank you.
Mr. Lee.
I want to thank Superintendent Hoffman for your remarks and for joining me at the Hmong New Year. I am certainly quite impressed with your willingness to explore the unknown, and you're only one of 2 superintendents in Northern California that have visited the California State Hmong New Year. So thank you, sir, for caring. Thank you for paying attention to those kids that have been overlooked. And so, you know, the president and many of the board members have shared with me to communicate to you that they are truly appreciative, and they are looking forward to the next superstar of Elk Grove. I think that might be you. But you know, this is my last board meeting, and I have mixed emotions. But I am certainly hopeful that the opportunities will present itself where the city of Elk Grove would be collaborating with the school district even more so. I have seen it before in the past, and many of you as well, some of the misinformation that the city have received about our school district. And I can tell you that it's going to change, because certainly with this new council member, he will be defending Elk Grove Unified School District. You know, this district is certainly a stellar district, and I'm proud to have gotten to know many of you. And I'm also proud to know that I leave this board, I leave my kids under the care of this board and this new superintendent that I have full confidence in. Thank you all. I appreciate it, and welcome new board members. You will be as busy as could be. How's that? Thank you all.
Just like to take this time to comment. Last night we attended a reception, a few of us from the CTA, California Teacher Association, and again, honored to be a part of that and thanking them for extending that invitation. For me, I'm looking forward to this new journey alongside my fellow board members. I'm excited to start, and I am willing to take on and explore and learn as I go along. So please bear with me on this journey and understanding the learning process. I started a new job recently at UC Davis, so I'm also learning that new role within the Native American Studies Department. So when I say bear with me, please do. And again, I'd like to offer the congratulations to Superintendent, and also you as well, Steve Lee, and my fellow other board members who are elected as well. Thank you.
Okay, I got a few things. This last election, there was a lot of changes within our legislators. Within our legislation, Senate and Assembly, we elected 12 members who were past board members, educational board members. 6 are new and 6 are incumbents. So we have a great opportunity to do some lobbying and consulting with them and request that we speak, you know, that they support us within our ventures of running this school district. Both Kevin De Leon and Tony Atkins Both agree that the best economic development strategies for the state and school districts is ensuing we have world-class K-12 and higher educational system, and they are accessible and, that the higher educational systems, that they are accessible and affordable to everyone. That's what they're concerned about. Also, I and this board will continue to demonstrate a commitment to work with board cross-sections of educational communities to address the challenges and opportunities facing our public educational system in order to assure quality education for all Elk Grove Unified School District's students. I'm very concerned that this gets out in the public because our news media says other. Two, a prominent or big problem that we have is the need to bring California from its current status of last in the nation in per pupil funding, as well as addressing the continued need for a school facility bond. Those are two issues that we need to deal with. Per pupil funding, that's a big issue. We are last in the whole United States. And we also need to pass a school facility bond, so we need to get on board with that. And three, together we will demonstrate the effectiveness of local public school governance and provide the input and insight of our board and need to make decisions that support our students. We will continue to work with all stakeholders. We will build an equitable educational system and begin to close the achievement gap. I hope that will be our agenda for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. And for my own report, I would just like to first of all congratulate my colleagues. I'm looking forward to working with all of you. I know that we've lost a lot of history and traditions with outgoing school board members and a superintendent, but what we are gaining is a fresh set of eyes and new ideas. And so I'm very excited about the possibilities of what that looks like and building a team together, all of us here. I'm very excited for what the future holds. And it's a tremendous honor to be selected as board president unanimously. Thank you again for your confidence. Again, I look forward to working with everyone. And then to my colleague here, Mr. Steve Lee, I wish you good luck in your next journey. And I look forward to continuing to collaborate with you and making our district shine and making the city shine as well. Thank you. Next, we have a consent agenda, and I've asked Mr. Forcina to go over those items.
I'd like to move approval of the consent agenda, which includes item number 26, approval of minutes, item 27, personnel actions, item 28, purchase order approval, item 29, budget transfers, item 30, acceptance of gifts, item 31, ratification of contracts, item number 32, receipt of bids and award of contract for 100% fruit slushy for food and nutrition services, 33, out-of-state field trip approval, and 34, Marion Mixed Elementary School change order number 4.
So one comment before we take action is that we are still working on the minutes. So you'll notice that the minutes haven't been completed yet, so we will bring those to you at the next meeting. So item 26 isn't ready for your approval yet.
So we pull 26.
Pull item 26.
Yeah.
I remove item 26 from the list of approval items.
Okay, so the motion is to approve all but item 26. Did Mr. Forcina move that?
Yes.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda, item 35, discussion and action on items removed from consent agenda item. Since none were, we will move on. Information items, other items from the floor. Yes, Mr. Forcina.
In the spirit of complying with the Brown Act, we had another informative meeting last night, and we keep all our discussions in open.
Yes.
With the decisions of Ms. Amavisca and Ms. Cox not to run again, and Mr. Lee deciding he wasn't going to be part of our family, a lot of positions have been vacated on a lot of committees, and I think that two things. One, it would be helpful to, especially with the new board members, it'd be helpful to have a list again of board committees, number one, and number two, to list the vacancies so that board members can indicate their particular interest in serving. And then once certainly that information is in your possession, if you have questions, you can ask us. Otherwise, you can appoint, but to give each one of us that opportunity. Right. Number two, at a future meeting, I really would like to put on the table the discussion of voting by trustee area. Three, you propose that we have a workshop, and I think that's real important. We are a large school district with a lot of business, and I think tonight was an example of that. We had a huge number of presentations by staff, and we don't want to do a disservice. But I still believe, as I have believed in the past, that if we review the structure of our board meetings, we could possibly look at some solutions to saving time. So I would like to have as a topic the reviewing the structure of board meetings.
Very good.
Okay.
Items for future agendas.
I would like the updates of new Department of Education, LCFF, LCAP guidelines and video presentations. A copy of all those to be sent to all the board members.
Okay.
That's not for a future agenda item, but information to share with the board. Okay. Very good. Any other?
Yeah, for a future agenda item.
Yes, sir.
Because I believe it would be helpful to everyone. We have been recording our meetings for a period of time now, and when that was brought forward, the intent was that all meetings of the Board of Education be recorded. I understand that the special meetings are not, and I'd like to have a discussion around that, number one. Number two, a discussion about process and cost for having live feed as opposed to delayed feed. And then third, which was really an important item, I'd like to have an update on what we have done to make the system available for not only our own staff, but outside presenters, so that the in-services can be transmitted off-site, because we talked about that also being an important issue. So,
okay.
For instance, in-service training, workshops, presentations by other educational professors or whatever on different variety of issues, educational issues.
Okay, we will definitely share our great ideas with our superintendent and figure out where we will be able to agendize those for future meetings. So thank you.
Also paperless meetings, an update on that.
Yes, and that's one of my
And training.
questions is an update on that. And that's, I believe, in January anyway, so. All right, with that, I'd like to adjourn my first official meeting. Is it here? Okay. Jake's been sitting outside for half an hour.
oh, has it been really?
He dropped me off.
Oh.
He dropped me off.
Are you going to
tonight.
go to Steve's now?
No, they've all left.